Nerd Baron, sorry for throwing you across the screen. Hello, Crow. Hello, Async. Happy birthday, Async. Gay son or sex with the ogre? I'm having sex with the ogre. Alright, we have to do the mandatory 3 minutes of ads so people don't get pre-rolls. So no one have fun unless you're subscribed, and then you'll be able to hear me still. But don't just subscribe to that. Or for that, rather. Don't subscribe. Free manager. There we go. There we go. Okay. Gay daughter or sex with the ogre? Still going sex with the ogre, personally. Me personally, pretty big into sex with the ogre. Oh my god, Sophie Bebe is also playing Yu-Gi-Oh? What the fuck? I didn't know she played Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, she's doing a Masochist series. Oh, we should raid into her after this. Announcements, everyone. The song is just so good. It's also 5 minutes long, so people that are getting the ads have like time. Oh. My big orange bowl right now. I have 3 different drinks in front of me. 3 different drinks in an orange bowl. What a life I live. What a beautiful day. The yucky drink. I need a little VTuber thing, so I'm just kind of vibing with music. I'm just having a little bit of a good time, one might even say. Yeah, I had a grind. Okay. Ads are done. We're only 2 minutes. Wait, what the fuck? I thought I started stream at 6:57. Oh my god, we're wasting my time. We're wasting everyone's fucking time. Okay. Stream ad is live. We continue not to stop until we reach the top. We have other videos in this sort going on in the background. This is good. I should probably launch Omega to make sure that Omega actually works. Okay. As the song teeters out, everyone say happy birthday to Async, who I'm going to raise in the middle of the screen here and dance them about. Oh, never mind. There's another song too. This is our moment of birthday remembrance for our friend. There we go. Okay, it is Tuesday. It is Jet Set Radio Tuesday. Oh, Async, you just missed our moment of birthday for you. Did the stream crash? Or was it because of the ads? Actually, now that I mention that, Val did once say that once the ads end, like the encoding or something crashes because I'm doing 1440p. I'll keep a mind on that at some point. Okay. It is 7:03. Let's do a couple minutes of weekly recap. So last we all spoke, Ren Fair. Had the Ren Fair this past weekend. Went well. Sandy, what are your opinions on crumpets? English muffins? Oh, they're pancakes. Hot crumpet with butter and or jam. Seems like something you can't necessarily go bad with, but I'm not a huge fan of just kind of sweet treats that much. How'd the makeup go? Bad, but also kind of fine. So I got a whole bunch of stuff to do makeup for the Ren Fair, and I the day before and then the day of probably spent a combined like 18 hours doing it, and then I just decided to go with something. I found a whole bunch of different tutorials online, and all of them seemed very cool. None of them seemed possible to do. I think I'm also missing maybe a utensil. I have a whole bunch of like paintbrushes, and it seems as though what you need instead of paintbrushes is like a weird little like, I don't know, a ring thing. Also, I do see that there was a fish redeemed, but no fish popped up. Fish should be popping up. It says there's none in the there's no fish in the thing. There should be fish in the thing. There's no fishers in the line. Please log into Twitch? What the fuck? I'm not logged into Twitch? Did you get signed out? I guess I did get signed out. You guys can't see this, right? While I log into Twitch? You can't. Okay, good. Settings, connect to Twitch. It is now authenticated. Okay, Windows closed. Let's go to the fish. Turn it back on. Oops. Actually, I don't think that screen shows anything. No, it just shows my name. Sanity Plays Games. Sanity Plays Games. Okay, we're now logged back in. Fish back on. We're gonna make the fish over here a little bit. There we go. Look at that. New fish. New fish spotted. PogChamp. What was it talking about? Ren Fair. So I ended up doing Crow sent a whole bunch of really cool looking makeup things, and one of them I tried stylizing my eyes around for, I don't even know, maybe like 8 hours over the course of one day. And I ended up just like kept putting stuff on and taking it off, and then my eyes kind of got a little bit like irritated. So I was like, I'll just put the moisturizer on and go to bed. Sorry if I let you astray. I would have done myself if I could. I would have asked you to if you were here. No, it was good because I ended up learning like kind of how the stuff worked. Crow at one point mentioned the waterline, which is like a part of the eye that is like inside of the eye that you need to somehow dye with makeup. That seemed like impossible even when I got the proper tools to do it. But I ended up doing it. I have no pictures of myself throughout the entire process or on the day of or whatever, which I'm actually kind of glad for. So I don't really know how it looked other than like when I was doing it here, and it ended up almost accidentally being like kind of like a smoky eye thing. I wanted to do Crow as an image that just has a couple more images sent at like midnight on the 7th, and it's like a little bit of like sparkly purple on the top, and then like kind of nothing on the bottom, but like the very hint of like grayish bluish stuff, and then white glitter in the middle of the eye. And I ended up doing just like red on top, kind of nothing / a little bit of silver on the bottom, and then like a whole bunch of glitter. I think that ended up working mostly fine. I was complimented on it once, When I go to the Ren Fair, I wear giant wings. I got new armor. I have a whole bunch of wings and stuff. I was commented on that, I think, over 15 times, which was really cool. A couple people asked to take pictures, which was awesome. Two people noticed where my armor was from and was like, "Hey, where'd you get that armor?" And I was like, "Oh, here." They're like, "Oh, me too." And we talked about that for a while. One of the dudes was wearing almost my exact same fit, but instead of wearing wings, he was wearing like a realistic fox mask that was like, I don't even know, it was like almost like skin tight, but it was like a helmet thing. I don't know how to describe it. It looked fucking badass though. It literally looked like he was it reminded me of the D&D movie. Let me look up like to see if this looks kind of accurate. It was the realism level of Jarnathan, which is like the like big Aarakocra style bird man from the D&D movie. It looked really good. He told me what he was wearing, and I just did not remember the person who made it. And then you kiss? No kissing at all at the Ren Fair. Oh my god, who's the dude with fucking windmills? He's in Myth. He like walks around and he's like a wanderer and stuff. Anyone know what I'm talking about? Don Quixote. There is always an old man, I think who works there, who cosplays as Don Quixote, and he saw me and he was like, "Angel," and I was like, "What?" I had like 4 beers immediately before he said this, and he was like, "You're an angel. Do you have a message from God?" And I was like, I was like, "What's your name?" He's like, "Don Quixote." I'm like, "Bon Bibope," and he's like, he looked up and he was like, "God, you sent a stupid one to me." I was like, "Oh, Don Quixote. Yeah, I have a message. God says you're doing good. Keep at it." And then he looked up and he was like, "That's it. Thanks, God." And like walked away. And but he kind of said it. He said it in a mixture of a way that like it was funny that he like how he was. I think he understood that I was kind of playing into the bit a little bit, because otherwise it could kind of come off mean. I need to think up things to respond to him, because I will see him again. I'm going again this weekend. I need to think up things exactly to say to him. What else happened at the Ren Fair? Oh, I now have a mannequin for my armor and for my wings. Everything's getting all set up. Going again, like I said, this weekend. So hopefully that all goes well. It rained a little bit. I brought a cloak to bring over people's heads, which worked pretty well. Excited. I just have to kind of get everything all in line. I have a lot of busy stuff happening this next couple days. But yeah, went very well. I think everyone, if you guys have a Ren Fair near you, go to it. And no matter what you dress up as, people will be excited to see people dressed up. It's very cool. I think that's mostly it. We can get to talking about yummies. Get to talking about Yu-Gi-Oh. If it should please the court. So let me do this actually. Let me just create a deck. Okay, we're gonna go here. Was there something else I needed to talk about? I don't think so. Usually there's like 4 hours of yapping that I do before any of these streams start, but there's none today. I don't know if there's now you can see that I'm in the top corner. You can tell that it's me talking now as opposed to someone else, just in case it might scare you. You know what they say, don't be scarce. Be cool. Let's get into Yummy. I don't know. Theta Trakovi knows Yu-Gi-Oh. They talk about Yu-Gi-Oh a good amount. So for background, first of all, let's move into the other category also. There's like a Yu-Gi-Oh category. Let's do that. Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh, is it U hyphen? It is. Oh, it's Master Duel. I guess I'll do the trading card game because this is not going to be Master Duel. I could be Tag Force 3 or Duel Monsters. How about Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's World Championship 2011 Over the Nexus? How about we all play that together, huh? Where the fuck is this? Partake in love and understanding. Oh, close friend experience is fine. We can still not be away. So something about that is that I realized recently there are places that host Ren Fairs in the spring, also over the winter. There's a website called like renfairs.com or something, and they just tell you all the schedules for their Ren Fairs. I recommend doing that. I want to go to one in the we're gonna hop in the normal Yu-Gi-Oh trading card stream. Okay, there we go. We were updated. We were in the stream. I recommend going to your like that and like looking up what is in the fall and the spring. I think in the next coming years, I don't know when I'm gonna have the time to, but I want to get on my shit and I want to fly to the Texas Ren Fair because I've heard it's fucking crazy. And there's like a Ren Fair After Dark stuff, which is very cool too. There was a dude walking around the Ren Fair with a shirt that just said, "Ask me about Ren Fair After the Dark." And I was like, I don't think you work here. This seems sketchy. I'm not going to talk to you. But Ren Fair After the Dark is as close we're going to get to David Cummers. A joke which I made a while ago, and I now recall. That was loud. I apologize. Okay. Let's try the live scene. Badass. Look, it works. Okay. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Omega. You can see it in the top left. In fact, let me actually see if I can't change this to be a full page thing. Properties, capture specific window. How about Yu-Gi-Oh! Omega? Looks good. Oh, it's going to be because it's in 1440p, so I have to kind of like... Oh, why is it not the... Well, it's like there's like black on the top and the bottom. Why am I like... Okay, I guess I'll stretch it a little bit to fit. This looks so stupid. Oh, is my like output ratio off? This looks... I guess I'm just gonna stretch it down. I guess I can't. Okay, let's just pull it in a little bit. All right, you guys don't need to see the far right-hand corner of the screen, I'm sure. It's probably fine. Oh, you're going to a furry convention? Huh. I need to go to those. I have a whole bunch of friends that have gone to those. And I have not yet. Well, this will be fun. I need to figure out where I need to put the fishing as well. Okay, so for those of you that don't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh, I have made a couple videos that go over the concept. If you go to the Tumblr post, they're linked. If you're watching the VOD, I recommend you go watch those videos. I will give you a very quick, very, very high level overview of what Yu-Gi-Oh is. It's a trading card game. You typically use monsters that look like these and attempt to attack the opponent's life points and reduce them to 0. In order to win the game, you draw an opening hand of 5 cards. You are able to normal summon 1 monster per turn, and there is no mana cost. You can basically do as many things in the game that the game lets you do. In addition, there's also a place that is always accessible called the Extra Deck that has a bunch of different types of monsters. If you see monsters that instead of being orange are like blue, or sorry, purple or white or black, those are Extra Deck monsters. I'm realizing that my thing doesn't show up. Now it is. So we'll get to that in the future. But I will be operating off of the assumption. Oh, by the way, if anyone has any questions about Yu-Gi-Oh at all, I am 100% down just to completely stop the stream and answer any questions unironically. So we are going to talk about Yummy, one of the premier archetypes currently in Yu-Gi-Oh. Premier because it is one of the, if not the best current archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh is a little bit different than other types of games. Magic the Gathering has kind of like more open archetypes. Like you might play red, blue, something. I don't know anything about Magic the Gathering, but you might play you know, this deck that's uses these different colors and stuff like that. In Yu-Gi-Oh, there are archetypes and they're quite xenophobic. So if you are playing a Yummy deck, typically you are playing a Yummy deck. Now there are going to be other things that you can kind of splash in to make a Yummy deck with extra things as well. I will get to that in the future. There's actually one that's really good to splash into this deck, but you can kind of see, so for instance, on something like, here's a card called Branded Fusion. This card says, you cannot special summon monsters except fusion monsters the turn you activate this card. So sorry, James is at a party and they were like, I'm watching a movie about a baboon, and I'm like, oh, you're watching Shakma. And they were like, how the fuck did you know it was Shakma? And I was like, there's only one movie ever about a baboon. It's called Shakma. I hate red, blue, and Santa right now. It's really best deck, way too oppressive. That happens in Yu-Gi-Oh too. Usually archetypes, typically there will be 1, 2, or 3 that are basically like the best archetypes in the game at the moment. And it's not that other decks are useless, but typically that they are the most powerful decks in the game. To beat them, you either have to be a better pilot, take advantage of your opponent's mistakes, or cook up some stuff that is able to beat them. So let's talk about the yummies. There are 4 what are called main deck yummy monsters. These are cards that are always going to be in your main deck between 40 to 60 cards. With your opening hand of 5, any of these cards basically gets you to the full yummy combo, which I'll get to in the future. Whoa, it is the main deck. Lol, that's actually pretty good. So Marshmallow is a little bit different than the other 3, and you can also tell if you are new to Yu-Gi-Oh! There's a lot of text here. I went over this in the how-to yummy guide that I made also, but hopefully as we start playing a little bit more here, you'll understand that there are some stuff you can kind of ignore. So let's look at Cupsy Yummy. So all of the yummies have this condition. If you control a Link 1 or level 2 Synchro monster, you can summon this card from your hand. This basically means if it's in your hand, put it on the field for free. No cost being paid. The unofficial cost is you have to control a monster that's like this or a monster like this. You can only do it once per turn. And if it's normal or special summon, so if it goes in the field, either by this condition or by using your once per turn normal summon, you can add a yummy card from deck to your hand except for this one. And then all of them have bonus effects, which is if it's special summoned by the effect of a synchro monster, you can draw a card instead. And then this is what's called a hard once per turn. You can only use the effect of this name once per turn. Found my yummy, let's go. There's 4 right here. So I love this deck, but hate it at the same time. I also love this deck. When this deck came out, I probably put like 40 hours into it in the span of like 10 days, maybe like 5 days. And I think people now know how to play more around it and its interactions, but it is a deck where if your end board is just this card and any of these 4 cards, just 2 cards in the field, you can really like win the game off of that. I think the number is you can put up 11 interruptions on your opponent's turn. Basically, you can interact with your opponent in 11 different ways or do 11 things to fuck them up just by having 2 cards on your field, which is really strong. Especially because any one of these cards gets you this card and any one of these cards too. So it's a very powerful deck, but it also is, I would say, for beginners. This is what happens when you have Jamin standing on the field. Yeah. Well, this one's Candy. Also, Crow did draw all of us as all of these. They are in the Discord, but this was CT, this was Jamie, this is me, this is Val, and then this is Candy. So what do they want to do? They would like to so as soon as any of these monsters are on the field, you can special summon a Link 1 monster. Link 1 monsters basically can be used, any one monster can be used to make them if they're on the field, but they have these conditions here. So 1 level 4 lower light beast monster. You'll notice that all of these are level 1 light beast monsters, so they are lower than level 4. And Yummy Snatchy is a card you're going to see a whole bunch. So this card has a couple effects. When it's summoned, you can place 1 yummy field spell from your hand or deck onto the field. So the field spells, there's only 2 of them. We will get to them, but it's Mignon and Acro Quay. We'll get to them later, but they're very good. This monster also has a limit on it, basically, so you can't summon Link 3 or higher Link monsters. So we will get to that in the future, what that actually means, but it doesn't really affect this deck too much. And then you can also use this card to synchro summon. Synchro summoning makes these white monsters that are also in the extra deck. So as you can see that there is 1 for each of these 3 main yummies. And you can see by the art that these yummies are, these cards rather are Snatchy, which is this one right here, plus the other card in the name. So you can see them right here. So this is Cummy and Fuck, it's gonna happen. Cupsy and Snatchy make this one, and then this one is Cookie and Snatchy, and then this one is Lollipo and Snatchy. However, you don't actually need white monster. Sorry, I had a white monster to made me. I had two white monsters and it made me into a third one, something like that. Synchro for Kami asked to leave tournament, unfortunately. None of these cards necessarily require the monster that's in their name in order to be used, but their effects are kind of similar. So Cupsy Yummy adds you one Yummy card from deck. Cupsy Yummy Way, the combo, adds two, makes you discard one. Cookie drops the attack of an opponent's monster. This one sets it face down, so its effects can't be activated and it can't really attack or anything. And Lollipo, this one banishes, or sorry, returns a card in your opponent's graveyard into the deck. This one special summons two monsters that are in your graveyard to your field. So with these core 8 cards, basically, this is kind of the thrust of the deck. So we're going to get into a little bit of deck building here. And the core rule for deck building is in the main deck, when it comes to your starters, you kind of just want as many starters as possible. A starter in Yu-Gi-Oh! Might be a little bit different than a mana curving game like Hearthstone or Magic the Gathering. Because everything is available to you on turn 1, you want as much gas as possible on your turn 1 to do everything before your opponent has a chance to respond. So because of that, we are going to start by playing all of these monsters at the maximum legal amount of cards that we can play them at, which is 3 apiece. This means that we have 12 cards in our deck, that if we see any of these 12 cards in a 40 card hand, they will, we basically have access to do our thing, to do the thing that we would like to do. In addition, you might also notice that Cupsy Yummy, a card I did not call Cummy this time, says it can add 1 Yummy card from deck to hand, and Yummy Snatchy specifically mentions a Yummy field spell. So there are 2 Yummy field spells. Mignon, a lot of text there, but it says if you have basically Yummy Snatch on the field, you can take a Yummy card in the graveyard, put it on the field. That's great. Gives us an extra body, so we're going to play one of those. It also has this effect at the beginning. Yummy monsters you control gain 500 attack for each light beast monster on the field. There is a pretty easy way to get about 5 or 6 light beast monsters on the field. And while these cards are small, Cupsy has 0 attack, Lollipo 600, Marshmallow 800, and Cookie 1000. If there's 6 monsters on the field, 6 times 5 is 3000. Cookie Yummy, the 1000 attack monster, is now a 4000 attack monster, which gets to, if your opponent's life points are only 8000 life, then, you know, pretty good. Red Robot, thank you for the follow. So that is one of the 2 field spells. We also have Acroquay. Acroquay says if you synchro summon a light beast monster, basically if you get into any of these white cards, destroy 1 card your opponent controls, which is also great. And if 1 card that you have is destroyed by your opponent, you can special summon a monster from the deck. Thank you, Tanner, too. Specifically a Yummy monster. Oh, hold on. Wait, the alert box isn't there. I'm now realizing that we're lacking visual Winston. We're lacking the iconic friend that slides around on the screen. Also, the Streamlabs. Those are up top. Let's move them down to the bottom. They weren't here either. Don't let me gaslight you. They weren't here before this. Red alert! We are lacking visual Winston. Where is... There we go. Let's put you guys down here. We don't ever need to see the bottom of our screen. Why is this so big? Oh, wait. Is this... Hold on. This game might be rendering in less than... What's it called? Bepo. Graphics. There we go. Can I do full screen? I don't know how to do full screen. I'm getting scared, so I'm going to leave now. Oh, there's sound effects in this game? And music, too. Oh, fuck yeah. I don't even have to play my own music. Can you get even quieter, please? Can you get even possibly quieter, please? I'm annoyed that this is not a number I can punch in. Oh, I can do custom sounds? How do I do custom sounds? This is cool. Key binding, social, cards, sounds, graphics, default, custom. Sure, I've been playing this thing for like a trillion years. I did not. Oh, here we go. There we go. Okay, now this is going to be in the right fucking aspect ratio. Hold on. Game capture. We're going to take this out here. We're going to make you a little bit smaller. We're going to put you here. Cool. That looks good now. Cool episode of Sandy Plays Toy. Thank you. Aw, everyone's grinning. Is this copyright? Oh, fuck. I don't know if this is copyrighted. Let's do my other fun music then. Well, they can't copyright sound effects. Now I get to do a little boops. Honestly, Jet Set Radio soundtrack is better than this anyways, so this is fine. Okay, here we go. What the fuck were we talking? Oh yeah, so Acroquay has another effect. If a card that you have is destroyed, you can special summon a Yummy from the deck. So this gives you a little bit of protection in case your monsters would be to be attacked, to be destroyed by attacked, perhaps, maybe. There's also another very, very special card called Yummy Surprise. So these are the main cards here, and then there are 3 other cards that are not really played. This card's not available yet. It's called Assist Yummy. It's not out yet. Don't worry about Assist Yummy. This is also just the default art for when an art doesn't exist. So Yummy Surprise is a quick play spell, which means you can play it on either player's turn. It says you can activate one of these 3 effects, which basically means that this card is 3 cards in one. It can do 3 things in basically your turn. If you have 3 copies of it, you can actually use it 3 times and use each of the 3 effects. You just can only use each of the effects once per turn. So you can only target 2 like beast monsters you control, which is all of your yummies, and 2 cards your opponent controls, return them to the hand. So it basically is equivalent removal. You get rid of 2 cards, your opponent gets rid of 2 cards, but it's not. This deck can kind of cheat around it. Special summon a Yummy from the hand or graveyard. So this basically gets you an extra Yummy. And the last one basically lets you take a field spell, put it back in your hand, and then put one from your hand in the field. So what this can do is if you have a field spell up on your field and your opponent does something to try to destroy it or get rid of it, you can activate the 3rd effect and it will pull it back and then push it back down. Also, yes. Crow posted in art the 5 yummies. So if anyone's in the Discord, you can see the yummies there. At some point, what I need to do is see if it's possible to change the artworks, because it would be really cool to change all of these artworks to the arts that Crow made. But I have not done it yet. So these are... so Yummy Surprise is a good card. It is not necessarily a starter, though. It's an extender. What I mean by that is that if I just see Yummy Surprise and no other Yummy cards, I don't have access to do everything. I can't get to Yummy Snatchy. I can't put Yummies on the field unless they're already in the graveyard. So... I want to kind of cut down on this card. I want to be able to see it. Yummy, Cupsy Yummy will be able to get me this card whenever I need it, but I don't want to see it too frequently. So I could play 1, I could play 2. I just don't want to play 3, the maximum number of copies, because I don't need to see this as much as I need to see all of these guys. So let's leave it at 2 for the time being. Here's another card, Yum Yum Yummies, a card I don't think I've ever read before. Each time 2 or more Yummy monsters special summon to your field at the same time, you gain 500 life points, and if you do, your opponent loses 500 life points. So that's funny because in theme, that is, this child is summoning the crane and one of the plushies, and he's paying 500 yen in order to do so. And me, the guy who makes the thing, actually gets the money from that, which is very cool. This also was a relevant effect about a couple months ago. So Yu-Gi-Oh! As of about 2 or 3 months ago, this changed, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Is played in competitive scenes in a best of 3 format, meaning there will be the first player to 2 games wins. However, if two big ones haven't won in time, so you have 45 minutes to do so. If there is not a victor by the end of that time, whoever has the current highest amount of life points wins that game. And if it's tied, you kind of keep going until someone takes a little bit of damage. So this effect is good in time, basically. If you go to a game 3, you can change the life points around so that you're able to just sort of win in time. That's no longer the rule, so this first effect is not very effective. You can pay 500 life points, target 2 face-up monsters in the field, including a Yummy Snatchy, send both to the grave, and if you do, special summon 1 Yummy Secret Monster from your extra deck that's treated as Secret Summon. So, this is interesting. This means if I am already kind of established, if I have Yummy Snatchy on the field, I can take it, and I can also take one of my opponent's monsters, because I can target any monster in the field, and send them off to make a Yummy Synchro monster. However, this is not a quick effect, so I can only do it on my turn, which means this is a good card if I am going second, but I've already been able to establish my board. That is a very rare instance, but it doesn't usually happen that much. If your opponent activates a card effect during damage step, you can pay 100 life points. Immediately after this effect resolves, link someone 1 Yummy Link monster. This would be good if I somehow was going first, my opponent stopped me, and I had a whole bunch of Yummies in the field, but my Yummy Link monster was removed. Then I could get a new one. Also kind of a little bit situational. Usually if you're in that position, you've either already lost or you have ways to get the Link monster back anyway. So overall, not the best card, but a very good name. The new rule for going to time, the new time rules for Yu-Gi-Oh! Is both duels have 50 minutes to complete a best of 3 match. If they are not done, they both lose. If there is no one who has won 2 games in the end of 50 minutes, both players lose the match. So it is bad. It's bad in that sense, because 5-0, 50, not 15, sorry. It's bad in a couple of senses, but it's also good in some sense. So, you're going from 45 minutes to 50 minutes, 5-0. So you get an extra 5 minutes, and there are a good amount of games that go to time, because like, you know, someone was about to win and then, they just couldn't declare something before the end of the time. So 5 minutes does help a lot, right? It's an extra 10% basically of your time. However, some, you know, other issues with that is that, that's right, Val, this is Yum Yum Yummies. You found Yum Yum Yummies. It sounds really bad, but most players have been positive about it. Yes, when I initially heard of it, I thought it was pretty bad. I've yet to run into it in person. There are some difficulties with it that I can kind of foresee. One is at the local level. Typically, if you're going to like your local card shop, you might be playing against people who are either new to the game or are new to your deck or to their deck. And in that case, people can take a lot of time. So the first time I went and I played at a local tournament, I had to read my own cards because I was not positive what I was trying to do as I was playing my deck. That game, I think I went to time once, but still, it was a bit of a hassle. And imagine if you are a professional player and your opponent has to continually read their cards, read your cards, and by, you know, no fault of your own, they kind of take you to time and they don't know the time rules, and then you both lose. So that situation would be feels bad. I've yet to hear of that being a case yet, especially because people can't double loss in finals. I actually believe they can double. Oh, actually, sorry, not in finals, because finals of a big tournament are untimed. The top 8, yeah, is untimed. However, for side events are not untimed. So there was one situation where there was like a small tournament and the finals went to time and both players lost. And then there were like 3 people, like, because someone won the runner-up game. It was a complicated situation, but I don't know how it was resolved. Anyways, so it's a little bit rough for people learning the game. But as long as you're aware of the time rules and you understand that if your opponent is better than you and probably in a winning position, you are willing to surrender, that it is not that big of a deal. And for good players, reaching time is a thing that does happen. However, good players also are able to know when they are losing and can surrender much easier. Another thing is that because the previous time rules just were whoever had the most life, there were people who would intentionally slow play in order to get to a game 3 and then choose to go first, choose to go second or whatever, and just have cards that would burn the opponent or gain a little bit of life and win that way. So that always kind of felt bad. There were a couple games that I can certainly recall playing where it felt like my opponent was slow playing, and intentionally kind of dragging their feet. But if they do it at a small enough thing, it's kind of awkward if you're calling a judge, especially if you're not positive if it's the case. So it's a little bit iffy if that actually was the case back then or not. But it's not going to happen anymore. I think pro players generally are pretty happy about it. Anyways, all that to say, Yummy Yummy's good name, not necessarily the best card. We probably don't need to play that one because the situations in which it would come up are not as ubiquitous as the rest of these ones. Here, Yummy Redemption. So this is a trap card, so it must be set for 1 turn before played. So this is a card that we're going to want to put in our deck going first, and then after it is in our deck, obviously we draw it going first, and then we can activate this effect on my opponent's turn. Also very good artwork. You have Yummy Snatchy, who is staring down 2 cookies, and I think I guess it's 3 cookies. What if someone drops a time dilation bomb? All players experience time at 0.1x speed and everyone loses. Why then everyone loses? There was interestingly enough, it's also not legal for you to ask your opponent to scoop, like to surrender. And you also cannot signal to your opponent, I'm not going to surrender, basically. You can keep playing, but you can't tell your opponent, hey, I'm not going to surrender. And unless you surrender, we're both going to lose. So I think there were a lot of situations where it could be bad, and it hasn't really happened yet. But it could, but it's not. Anyways, so once per chain, if you synchro summon a light beast monster, which is going to happen basically on your opponent's turn a whole bunch of times, probably 7 or 8 times, you can draw 1 card, then place 1 card from your hand to the bottom of the deck. This is good, actually. It's called cycling, basically. You can, there are cards that during your opponent's turn, you're going to want to have in your hand. So this will let you kind of continue to dig into your deck as time goes on and get cards that you don't want in your hand out of your hand, and cards that you want in your deck. That's not bad at all. You can banish this card from your graveyard, target 1 Yummy monster you control and 1 monster your opponent controls, switch control of those 2 monsters. So that's a graveyard effect. The deck does not really have a way natively to get these cards into the graveyard, so it would have to be after it's destroyed. Not a terrible card, effect rather, because all of the effects to synchro are quick effects, meaning that you can activate this card and then respond to yourself with an effect to get that 1 Yummy monster that you had targeted off of the field, meaning that your opponent does not get your Yummy monster and you get their card. So overall, not too bad of a card, but you're mainly playing it for this second effect right here. I would argue if you get to a point where you can search this card out, you have no better things to search out, you activate it and you get to its effect off. So basically, while your opponent is playing, you are interrupting them and you are still going. You probably don't need this card. There's a concept in Yu-Gi-Oh called win more. It's throughout almost basically every game. But it's basically, if everything is going great, if you are doing exactly what your deck wants to do, you should have won the game at that point, and you don't need to do anything to further your advantage. So while this card is interesting, and it certainly is good in the situations in which it activates, imagine the alternative. In a situation where you open up your 5-card hand, your opponent is able to interrupt you, and instead of having, and you have this card as opposed to a different card that might be able to stop your opponent or proactively make a play. In that case, we would much prefer to have a different card, right? And in the situation where we want this card, we're probably already winning anyways. So, not a terrible card. I think this is probably a better card than the other one, than Yum Yum Yummies, but still probably not so good. So we've decided these 16 cards in our deck. We have decided out of all of these 16, we want to keep as many of these as possible for the time being. We've also decided we can play 1, 2, or 3 of these. We'll say 2. Seems good for now. And now as for the synchro monsters, actually, let's go into Yummy Snatchy first. So we read over this, but this is a card that just takes 1 Yummy on the field. And this is what's going to allow you to synchro summon into these synchro monsters. Now, for those of you new to Yu-Gi-Oh, this is going to be really fucking bad because the way a synchro summon works, you can read that little thing underneath Beast Synchro Tuner effect. Oh, is that a La Yum Yum? Labubu Yum Yum? Do you think this is the Labubu Yum Yum? Labubu of Yum Yum? No, all the yummies are plushies. They're yummy plushies. You can see they have a little tag right there. They are plushies of little cat demons in outfits. And so they are like demons and plushies and food. And there's a whole thing about a claw machine too. So there's like 4 things going on here with these. This is why they're so cool. Anyways, Yummy Snatchy is a card that will basically allow us to do what our deck wants us to do. We're going to want to play 3 of these for that effect. It's the same concept as to why we want to play 3 of these here. The more times we can get these cards in the field is the more times we can get these cards in the field is the more times we can go into these cards. So because of that, we want to have as much consistency as possible and play as much as possible. So synchro summon. To explain a synchro summon, you need, in order to synchro summon, let's find a here. This is Effect Veiler a girl or a guy? That's not helping. Non-binary. I want to say people were like, I've always thought Eevee was I also thought Eevee was a twink, but then I saw someone that was like, oh, Effect Veiler's a girl, and I'm just remembering it right now. This card came out in 2008. Do you think that they would have a twink wearing heels? I don't know if there's any canon answer for this. This is also neither here nor there. Entirely unrelated. Can we just go with they, them? The Effect Veiler. This is Effect Veiler. Effect Veiler. Why not heels? Look at the other foot. I can't. There's no feet in this one. The other foot is like hidden behind here. Anyways. So Effect Veiler is a tuner monster. Lollipo Yummy is a beast effect. Which is, yeah, you can see the soul. Oh, you're saying so they're like ballet flats then. Okay. Anyways, in order to synchro summon, you need 1 tuner and 1 plus non-tuner monsters, and their levels must equal these levels up here. Effect Veiler is a level 1 monster, a tuner. Lollipo Yummy is a level 1 monster, a tuner. So if these 2 monsters are on your field, you can send them to the graveyard and synchro summon any of these 3 monsters because they are level 2 synchro monsters. However, the Yummies are special. The Yummies are special because this card says, for this card's synchro summon, you can treat a Link 1 monster you control as a level 1 tuner. What does that mean? That means that when you activate Yummy Snatchy's effect to pay 100 life points to synchro summon a monsters you control as material, including a Yummy monster, you actually can synchro summon with all of these guys and Yummy Snatchy to make these guys. Even though that doesn't make sense normally, you can do it because the game says you can do it. So each of these monsters do something. I've said them before. Cupsy Yummy Way adds 2 and then discards 1. Lollipo Yummy Way special summons 2 and then from the graveyard but negates their effects. And Cookie Yummy Way targets 2 face-up monsters in the field to change them to face-down defense position. They also all have this effect. When your opponent activates a card in your effect, when your opponent does anything, return this card to the extra deck and special summon up to 2 Yummy monsters from your. So, for that reason, these cards are recurable, is the phrase that we used. These cards basically are never kind of offline. So long as you have the ability to synchro summon, like if this card's on the field and your opponent does literally anything, you can put it back in the extra deck and then you can bring out 2 cards. So it could be Yummy Snatchy and Yummy Cupsy. And then they're on the field again. You can activate Yummy Snatchy's effect again to go back into another one of these. It's on the field, it gets its effect. Your opponent activates any effect at all. It will bounce back from the field back into the extra deck. You can get 2 monsters out again. You can do it again. And then at the end of it, you can go back into any of these ones as many times as you possibly want to. The effect is when they're on the field to bounce back into the extra deck is once per turn, which means that you can only activate that effect once per turn. However, Yummy Snatcher's effect to Synchro Summon is not once per turn. So you can do these things basically as many times as you have bodies to do them for. So for that reason, we don't need to play any more than one of each of these Synchro monsters. But that is what I'm going to call the shell of the deck, what we have right here. In fact, if we're going to do the shell, let's say one Yummy Surprise. Don't worry about the side deck here, but our main deck and our extra deck. Can I do a test hand just with these cards? I can. Okay, cool. I don't know why there's 6 cards in my hand. But let me just show you what this looks like. So I've normal summoned my Cookie Yummy. This is on the field. I can go into my Yummy Snatchy. Yummy Snatchy has an effect to place a field spell. I will place Mignon. Mignon will allow me to get back my Yummy Cookie on the field. Now I've got a Link 1, aka it's not called Cookie Yummy. Fuck you. A Link 1, aka a level 1 tuner, and a level 1 monster on the field. I can go into any of these guys. However, you might also notice that all of these guys down here are also glowing. The reason why they are glowing is because of the first level here, the first line here. You control a Link 1 monster or level 2 Synchro monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. That means I can put one of each of my Yummies on the field because I control a Link 1 monster. So now I have 4 cards on the field and I have my Link 1 monster right here. So what I can do there is I can make any of these synchros. I could also make another Link 1 monster and just kind of do it infinitely. But I'll show you what the kind of general combo is going to look like here. So Cupsy Yummy, Way, will activate his effect, and he will get me 2 of any Yummy monster from my deck to my hand. Sure. Let's grab these 2. Then I have to discard 1. Discard Cupsy Yummy right there. Now you'll notice that I don't have another Link 1 monster, but I can make one by sending off any of these cards. And now I can summon either of these 2. So let's summon this guy now. Lollipo Yummy Way, his effect will let me bring back 2 monsters. So now I have even more monsters on the field. And I can also send one away and make the 3rd Synchro if I want to. If my opponent had a, what's it called? If my opponent had monsters in the field, I could Book of Moon them right now. So all that to say, off of normal summoning 1 Cupsy Yummy, I can get all of this on the field. If my opponent had no cards right now, I could attack them for far more than lethal. The lethal amount in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is 8,000 life points. Between 2 and a quarter attacks, I could kill them. But let's see. This is the opponent is the AI. I don't know if they actually play cards. Okay, cool. They played a card. That's where they fucked up. So because they played a card, now I can activate all of my Yummy effects. I can put him back. I can get my Yummy Snatchy. My Yummy Snatchy effect will activate to place the field spell. This is the other field spell. This is the field spell that lets me destroy an opponent's monster. Also, I click by accident. So I can activate the effect to Synchro Summon the Cupsy Yummy Way I just put back. I can get his effect again. And I can get the field spell effect. It lets me destroy 1 card my opponent controls. Fuck water. We've killed that one. I can draw 2 and send them back. And if my opponent continued to activate more effects, I could put these guys back infinitely and just kind of keep doing all of that. So that's the general loop of Yummy. The general loop is get 1 Yummy on the field. Let's get Cupsy's effect to add the surprise. And then once you've got 1, you can flood the field with all of the rest of your Yummies. And then when your opponent does literally fucking anything, you could get more Yummies back. So, very strong, right? I can put up 13,000 points of damage on my opponent if they do absolutely nothing. However, in Yu-Gi-Oh!, the opponent does not do nothing. The opponent will actively attempt to beguile me. They will attempt to confuse me. They will throw chaff in my eyes. They will attempt to harm me in ways most unnatural. Because of this, and because of the laws of Yu-Gi-Oh!, we're going to need to find 25 more cards to put in the main deck. We're going to actually technically we don't need to find any more cards to put in the extra deck. There's no lower deck limit size for these. But we are going to find some more cards to put in the extra deck. And then the side deck for a best of 3. What are the rules of chaff in Yu-Gi-Oh? Chaff is only allowed if it's metaphorical chaff. What the heck? The computer's also trying to win? What the? That's, well, the great news is that I'm actually going to be playing against people, real people on here too, not just the computer. My opponent will be trying to win, just as I am. So there are a whole bunch of cards that you can play in Yu-Gi-Oh. In fact, there are. Is there a way I can just like look at the amount of fucking cards in Yu-Gi-Oh? By release date, I guess. Yeah, sure. Is there? I think that, what's the fucking number? There's a number of how many cards there are in Yu-Gi-Oh! It would be way more pithy if I just had that number. No one's saying anything, I'm Googling it. 16,479 cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! We've put a couple in here. We have a whole bunch more we can look through. Now, we can, and in fact, we probably should at some point, look through all of these cards. Well, not the ones that are illegal to play, because those are not legal to play. Is there like a limitation? Can I just do like not banned ones? Limited, semi-limited, unlimited. Cool, how about that? Okay, also we want to look at the ones that are allowed in the TCG. Oh. These are TCG exclusives. That's not what I want. Okay. I think I reset everything. Good. Okay. Anyways, every card in Yu-Gi-Oh! At some point, we should probably look through some of these and decide some of these are good, some of these are bad. But luckily for you all, I have been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Now for I think 3 or 4 years. So I have a hint about some, just put some normal monsters in there. Go! Chromatographagus, a card I've never fucking heard of before. Win! Can you put Hungry Burger in the deck? You want to know something crazy? Yes. So actually, you know what? Let's just call this Stream Yummy. Remember one TCG having no deck limit? That was Yu-Gi-Oh! Can you play Fungi of the Musk? You just love looking at the fucking penis card, don't you? Fungi of the Musk. Actually, I can't. It's illegal to play in the TCG. Do you believe that? It's illegal to play in Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 tributes monster with the same attack as Summon Skull, which takes 1. Yes. And what's funny, Red Robots, is that there actually might be a situation in which you really want to play this card over Summon Skull. There might be, because of the attributes, right? You might have something that says if you can find a Pyro with this stat line, it does this or something like that. So a good example of that actually is Vanilla. Vanilla is a level 1 beast with weird stats of 150 attack, 2050 defense. Might look largely useless. You might look at this card and say, why the fuck would anyone look at this card again? You might look at this card and say, there's no reason to even keep thinking about this card for any longer. But there's actually a deck that uses Yummies that actually uses Vanilla too. It's called Primite. It's support for... Can you please read Vanilla's flavor text? This rabbit's got a sweet tooth. He's on a quest for the world's sweetest carrot and just wants to nibble carrots all day tomorrow and the day after that. Level 1 with 2K Demons is kind of crazy, right? Not really. In Yu-Gi, I put vanilla extract in my coffee. In Yu-Gi-Oh, the defense generally doesn't really matter that much. Like kind of ever. It hasn't really mattered since like 2003 or 4. But 2050 is the I think the second highest defense you have on a level 1 monster. So I mean, in that sense, yes, it's very large for a level 1 monster, but it's not like, you know, gonna warp the meta because of it. In fact, we can actually search that up. This thing. Oh wait, sorry, no. Someone asked about Hungry Burger. Yes. In fact, There is a Yummy deck. Where is this the Triff Yummy deck? Yes, it is. This is a deck that won a YCS, the largest Yu-Gi-Oh championship, the largest tournament in Yu-Gi-Oh. I think there was like 900 players or something that went to it, won it, and then went to the next one that was 2,500 players and got top 8. It is a Yummy deck that is playing Hungry Burger support. Technically, because this card is always treated as Hungry Burger, this is a Yummy deck that is playing Hungry Burger, and it won one of the biggest tournaments in the world. And then it got top 8 at the next one as well. This is a deck created and piloted by a man named Steven Tripanovsky, who is, I guess, a little bit of a controversial figure in the scene. But it is very much a testament to, there are 17,000 cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! And if you know what all of them do, you very much might be able to create something very special, which would be here. Controversial how? I guess not really in like the general scene of Yu-Gi-Oh! He's like said stuff about like Andrew Tate and stuff before. So not like, you know, he's like, I don't know, a little bit right-wing coded. He's not like a terrible person by any sort of like stretch of imagination. But like, yeah, like controversial in certain scenes and stuff. Actually, when he won that tournament, actually no, it was a different tournament he won. He also he was like, I'm selling my prize support and I'm giving money to help charities in Palestine, which is really cool. Very cool thing for him to do. Anyways, all that to say, there are crazy cards in Yu-Gi-Oh, and there are cards that are printed fucking every day. Like every couple months, every month, every 2 months, we get a like a couple hundred card set. And that has all new cards that do all new things. And it's very difficult to understand how everything works. But if you are someone who is very deep into Yu-Gi-Oh, you understand that this card can get you into this card, which can get you into any of these cards, which are ritual monsters, which can get you into this card, which can give you 5 monsters in the graveyard, which might get you into any of these cards, which are your Yummy cards, which are full Yummy cards. Aren't sets like quarterly? I think every 2 months there is a main set. Every I think every other month there's some sort of like non-main set. It could be every 3 months, but if it is, it's kind of close to it. Anyways, has built-in price estimate. It does actually. It's not even an estimate. This is I don't think it has the Yummies prices on here, but there's a site called TCG Player. That has all of the prices for these cards that you can just kind of buy directly. There's any monsters I wish I had more love or an update? Spirits, Geminis, and Rituals. I got great news for you. This card is called Ame no Hawakiri no Mitsurugi, and it is a ritual card, and it is the best card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Currently. If you are to go play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, you'll see this card just got released too. This is a Yummy deck that uses ritual monsters, and the ritual monsters summon themselves from the deck and from the hand using materials from the deck. It's crazy. This is a TCG exclusive ritual pendulum monster, which we're not going to get into pendulums at all. But it is a card that is extremely good and helps the archetype anyways. So wanted to bring that up. If there's like, Yu-Gi-Oh is also a deck where, or sorry, a game. Can you believe our dumbasses thought that Mitsu was mid on release? Oh yeah, I remember Ritual. Yeah, this is a retrain for Ritual Raven. It's called Miracle Raven. Also, they're playing look, in the background, Ritual Raven's in the back of Preparation of Rites, and then pre-preparation of Rites, Ritual Raven's going fucking yummy. He's eating like crazy. People who are dumbasses thought Mitsu was mid on release. I think in the format that it was in, it was, well, oh, how I want to be. Yum, yum, yummy. Honestly, this burger looks so fucking good. Every time I see the Angry Burger, I'm like, fuck, going on the Angry Burger. But this deck has analogs to the Garden of Eden of women drinking out of forbidden chalices. It has the Condemned Dark Lord, which is a former angel turned evil, killing an analogy of God. It has lesbians in like battle armor getting suited up for combat and war, shooting a giant gun. It has an amusement park where the Yummies walk around in it. It has a mask of a previous jester turned despot turned ruler of the world who just gave it all up one day and walked away from it. It has fucking, this is like the end of a storyline about ritual beast and stuff like that, which is another thing. It has jumping critters. It has Yugi. This is fucking Dark Magician Girl from the original Yu-Gi-Oh that's in here. What was the other one? Oh yeah, the Mitsurugi. These are like also about like swords. Like these are like reptiles. Technically, they're like dragon-esque things, but they're about like ancient Japanese swords. Diviner of the Herald is like a girl who has like magical power. Like there's like so much going on in like every like Yu-Gi-Oh deck. You're like, there's just, yeah, this is my biblical yummy lesbian burger sword deck. That's literally what this deck is. Like, this deck also, it is 60 card. It's a mishmash of a whole bunch of different archetypes, but it's so cool that like, at least to me, in this game, like, you're jumping from the Miracle Raven, the Raven that is like a ritual that is like people are like laughing about, into like an apocalyptic end times. Like it's cool. Anyway, let's go back to what did I call that? Did I call it Stream Yummy? What did I call that deck? I did. Anyways, 16,000 cards in Yu-Gi-Oh. Some are better than others. So let's look through some of the best cards right now in Yu-Gi-Oh. I should have done this beforehand and just grabbed like a whole bunch of different cards. But let's look at Triple Tactics Thrust and Talent. Put them all down here. Let's look at Raigeki. Why the fuck is Raigeki banned? Oh, I'm in Edison format, that's why. Raigeki, let's look at I guess these are just me good going second card. So Duster. Let's look at Lightning Storm. There's a mixture of both of these cards in one card. Kitty Tail, Missile Beast. I know all about Kitty Tail. I was looking at Kitty Tail. There's a whole bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh cards called the Mythical Beasts of the Forest that are beast monsters, earth beast monsters, that are used, that basically support this is like a fucking pentatype. Usually they call them tri-types: beast, beast warrior, winged beast, insect, or plants. That's crazy. But yes, these decks I played in one of my favorite little pet decks, which is Melfi. Which these are just little pastel critters. You have a fennec fox, you have a cat, you have, I don't know why he's called Penny. This is the seal. You have our favorite guy, Melfi Pony. I love him a lot. You have a puppy, you have a rabbit. Oh wait, where's Val? This is a good one too. Rabby's up on that favorite stump again, looking all around the forest at all the fluffy friends. Do you like exploring too? Good. Let's go find more Melfi friends with Rabby. This is literally what I would just say. Seals are pinnipeds. Huh. No idea that was the case. Maybe that's the case in Japanese then. Melfi, I love your heart-shaped dewlap. Also, when someone before mentioned Vanilla, 150 attack, 2050 defense. Melfi Rabby, 2100 defense. Also a vanilla beast normal monster. Melfi Wally, which is like a kangaroo, wallaby or something like that. And you have Melfi Mommy. This is Melfi Mommy. Didn't think it was the card, just we were monologuing about Melfi Rabbit. I just have it memorized. I'm locked in about Melfi. Oh, fuck. You guys made me meow? Oh, fuck. 3. Done. Easy. Kind of a Mel free blog. That's what I'm looking for. That's the energy I'm trying to find on this stream here, folks. But this is also a deck that is, you know, very cute beasts that have little, like, this card has 2 sentences on it, and only one of them matters. Yu-Gi-Oh is not doesn't have to be the most complicated game in the whole world. Okay, anyways, other cards that are good. Put them down here. I'm going to show you what all these cards do. Or actually, we're just going to look at spells first. Hide panel. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Hey, look, it's Glevor. Look, everyone, it's Glevor. Let's put you back down here. You know what? Something else I can do too is just look up like YGOPRODECK.com, which is where you can go to see all of the topping results of different cards and stuff. Oh yeah. Let's look at some trap cards now. The Dominus Purge cards. Purge Songs of the Dominator. Okay, but why would you not want Melfi playtime in your deck? Detach any number of materials from a beast Xyz monster you control. Target up to that many other. We're not playing Xyz monsters, unfortunately. Quadruple Fish Plosion. That's what I'm looking for, yeah. Talking about MILF topping. Melfi did top once. MILF top. What we're trying to get MILF top. Anyways, actually, this card, Mary? I think it's Mary. Yeah, Mary Melfi's. This is actually a card you can play in the deck. Because you can synchro summon on your opponent's turn. So there is a way to activate this effect. Target one opponent, which is good. Anyways. Called by the Grave is a good card. Pot of Prosperities. Actually, we're not gonna look at Power Prosperity. Ref 842-11599. Don't mind if I do. What's my name? Dunkachino. It's a whole new game. Dunk. Remember that one? They make you sing that whenever you play the game. I guess we could do Metal Trumpets. How about these are all I think actually we're just gonna do going second cards first. So let's just look at going second cards. Bear with me for a moment while I think up some other going second cards. That's actually more of a going first card. Oh, Evenly Matched. That card's not bad. That's not bad either. I have to think about you every time I wake up, they take away my yummies. Ooh. Oh, Drooler. Like an actually modern, like, meta card, too. I fucking thought about Salesman before Drooler. Got some Disruption. We've got some Negates. You know what? That's fine. We'll look through these for the time being. So, here's 10 cards. Here's some options that we can put in our deck. Triple Tactics Talent. If your opponent has activated a monster effect during your main phase this turn, draw 2 cards, or take control of one of your monsters your opponent controls, or look at your opponent's hand and choose one card to shuffle into it from the deck. This is a card that's really good for going first, and also not bad going second. If you make it to your own main phase and your opponent activates an effect to mess with you, you get one of 3 powerful effects. If they have already established a board, you can take their best card or force out a negate from it. You can draw 2 cards. Drawing 2 cards is good. Generally, we want to do that. And the third option is to look at their hand. This is usually if you're going first, and basically pull away some interruption. Now, why would you want to pull away some interruption from their hand, and how could you even activate this going first? There's a paradigm. You get to draw 2 or hand attack. Yes, there's a reason this card's limited to 1, but not in Master Duel, the online way to play. There's a paradigm in Yu-Gi-Oh! Currently called Hand Traps. And who else to show for a hand trap than the arguable poster child, not just for hand traps, but for Yu-Gi-Oh! In general. This is Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, I believe, released in 2018. And it kind of heralds the beginning of a new kind of thought about Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic the Gathering and other games, I think like Magic the Gathering, Hearthstone and stuff, are a game where you start your turn, 2016, really? What the fuck? That kind of makes sense. You start your first turn, your opponent plays, your opponent passes, you draw, your opponent passes like that. And then as kind of time goes on, then you get to the point where, hello Gardens Now 809. You get to the point where each of your, like both you and your opponent basically have things on the board, and then you have enough mana and things in your hand that you can use effects from your hands on your opponent's turn and stuff like that. Yu-Gi-Oh is different. Yu-Gi-Oh is a game where if you go first, you're expected to put up a very, very big board, and your opponent is expected to stop you before they've had a turn. How do they do that? With cards like this, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. When a card or effect is activated that includes any of these 3 effects, you can discard this card, negate that effect. What does that mean? If my opponent is going to add a card from deck to the hand, special summon from the deck, or send a card from deck to the graveyard. So if my opponent activates Pot of Greed, what does that do? Draws 2 cards. I can discard this Ash Blossom, and I can negate that effect. In a vacuum, usually what this means is that my opponent is going to we are going basically card neutral. My opponent is getting rid of 1 card. They were trying to draw a card or do something. I'm getting rid of 1 card, and so we now have 4 cards in our hands as opposed to each having 5 cards in our hands. The thing with hand traps like this and turn 0 interruptions is that you can hold them to moments where it's extremely impactful. For instance, hand traps don't really work that well against Yummy, but let's assume that I have a card like Cupsy Yummy Way. I got it on the field and I have no what's it called? Monsters in the graveyard, so I can't activate this effect right here. This card says, if this card single summon, you can add 2 Yummy monsters from your deck to your hand and then discard 1 card. You can note here that of this deck, only 15 cards really are Yummy cards. Only 12 of them are Yummy monsters. There will be hands where you might be able to get to cards like Cupsy Yummy Way, but not be able to extend past them, right? I might be able to make only this card, but I have no more Yummy cards in my hand. And so I really need to search my deck for 2 more Yummy cards in order to continue playing the game. If my opponent uses Ash Blossom on that, sure, it's the case that they've lost 1 card, and this card does stay on the field after it's activated its effect, but I've effectively lost the game because they will have 4 cards in their hand. I might not have any activatable effects for the rest of the turn, and if you end your turn on a monster that has 2200 defense, 0 attack, and nothing else going for you, you're going to lose. I would say the instances which you don't lose are very, very rare. So cards like these turn 0 interruptions that both players can use if they have them in their hands are extremely powerful. They're also very powerful in the sense that if I have a board that is made, right? If I have Yummy Snatchy and I have all my Yummies cards in the field and I have these cards in the field, my opponent can see all these cards. They can pick them up and they can read them. They know about all the interactions that can come from these cards. Not only that, if they've played against Yummy before, or they know that I'm a Yummy player, they probably will know what these cards do, even if they are in the extra deck, which is a face-down deck. They can't read those cards. But if they know that I'm playing Yummy, they're going to know I'm playing these 6 cards. They're going to know I'm playing these 15 cards, right? However, if I have 5 cards in my hand and the Yummy cards on field, they have no idea what's in my hand. I could have Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. I could have Triple Tactics Talent. I could have Vanilla. I could have Melffy Pony. They have no idea. So they might play differently based off of what they are assuming, what is basically the war of known versus unknown information. This sort of back and forth in the game is obviously a big part of any card game. I mean, poker, right? You could be bluffing, lying about the cards in your hand, stuff like that. But that also adds an extra level of goodness to these interactions, these free interactions from the hands. This is my first time watching one of these streams. I thought, quote, playing Yummy was like a bit you were doing until I got here. No, we play Happy. We don't play Yummy. We do not fuck around with Yummy. So all that to say, these cards, these hand traps are very powerful. This card basically says if your opponent's going to touch their deck, stop that effect. There's other cards that are also very good rather. This card is called Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion, and you might notice a pattern here, which is they are zombie tuner effect monsters with 0 attack, 1800 defense. They are level 3s, and they also have similar effects. So Ghost Bell does effectively the same thing, except it's for the graveyard. So if a card would add from the graveyard to the hand deck or extra deck, if it special summons a monster from the graveyard or banishes a card from the graveyard, you can discard this card and negate that effect. There is not the equivalent one for banishment, which is the other pile in Yu-Gi-Oh! but there's other cards that will, so this will negate basically effects. There's also cards that you can have in your hand that will negate cards. So effect failure, which I showed you before, discard during your opponent's main phase, so it's only during your opponent's turn. Discard this card, and then negate the effects of one monster your opponent controls until the end of the turn. So in some ways, if I only had my Cupsy Yummy, both this card and this card can stop it. If my Cupsy Yummy's effect is negated by Ash Blossom's effect negating the effect that I choose, or the whole card is negated by effect failure, it's the same deal for me in that situation, right? You gotta understand, in terms of commentary, I talked about Yummy cooking Yummy Cupsy with 100% sincerity in their voice. That was, I went to a regional with Yummy, one of the most recent regional I went to, and I played Yummy against a guy who was playing Draco Tail, which is like kind of like a, I'll show you what the Draco Tail monsters look like. You know, big dragons, anime women with huge tits, I guess a twink. Who the fuck are you? Oh, Fire Ursul's the new one. That explains it. Okay. Monsters, this is the definitive twink from Draco Tail and stuff like that. But I was playing Yummy, which obviously the decks look, the cards look very cutesy, very kind of, you know, happy. And while we were playing, the guy told me, he's like, yeah, I really like Yummy. It's just a pity about the artwork. I'm just not confident enough to play it. I was like, what? He's like, I'm not confident enough to like play like a little cutesy deck like that. And I was like, aw. I was like, I feel kind of bad for that. He's like, yeah. I used to play, or like, this is back during a different format, but Sky Striker is a deck that is based almost, there's 3 alt arts for Ray. There's 4 alt arts for Ray? What the fuck? It's all based around this card, Sky Striker Ace Ray. This is the lesbian mecha thing. He's like, I didn't play that deck either, just because it felt so weird. I was like, I don't want to, you know, like, I can't identify with all these girls and stuff. And I was like, he realized that was wrong. But I was like, you gotta man up. You gotta be a better person. Man up being there as a joking intentional sense that way. Anyways, so Trakovi mentions, yeah, Triff, who kind of comes off a little bit as like a, you know, right-leaning, like, he's also very super aggressive. Like, his thing, he's like, I'm the fucking best in the world. That's kind of his shtick for being a content creator and stuff. He won a deck, he won with Yummy, and come to my basement and I will help thee man up. He won with Yummy, and one of the guys that was interviewing was like, dude, what, come on, seriously, are you actually saying I'm gonna summon my Yummy Cupsy and I'm gonna get my Yummy Snatchy? And he's like, yes, I am. He's like, if anyone wants to play me, I'll beat their ass. I'll talk about Yummy Cupsy and Yummy Puppy and Yummy Lulu and Yummy Yaya, and I'll beat your fucking ass with all those cards, because you're an idiot if you're not playing these. It was kind of funny. It was it was, he's definitely playing the like a character that's like very like hyper masculine stuff, but it also has a pretty good sentiment there of like, yeah, who gives a fuck if I'm playing Marshmallow? I really like Cookie Yummy and Marshmallow Yummy. I think they're very cute and adorable, but even if I was, you know, super opinionated and like, I don't want to, yeah, Red Robots and Evil Nervar both bring it up too. There was an equivalence drawn at the beginning of like the meme that's like, you go to IHOP and they're like, yeah, I'll have the pancakes and the fruits, and they're like, sir, you have to say the full name. Sorry, you have to order it. What do you want? The Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity. That, but when I'm doing that, I'm going there and I'm like, I don't even want any of this food. Please give me the Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity. I like saying it. Fuck you for putting Cupsy Yummy into my vocabulary. Of saying these for weeks. I saw that Crow had as their status on Discord for a little bit. It was just Cupsy Yummy, Yummy Cupsy, finding my Yummy Cupsy or something like that. It was very funny. Yummy Cupsy, Yummy Cupsy. Yeah, it was that. Yeah. Also, Dark Magician Girl is a fan base I like no other. So what the fuck? That is because they're gooning. Like, in the minds of these people, if you see Dark Magician Girl's boobs, like, this is fine. This is like, there's, you can see that there's tits here. Holy shit, how many fucking alt arts does this card have? Oh my god. I did not know this card had fucking 9 alternative artworks. Oh, this is the most recent one for her, by the way. What's the opposite of underboob? Overboob? She's got overboob, this one. Cupsy yummy, Cupsy yummy. Yeah. The problem, when I first got these, I would call them yummy cuppy. Like I said, this is yummy cuppy, and this is cookie yummy cookie. But it's the opposite way, because when they were released in Japan, it was the opposite way. So I had to make sure I changed it to Cupsy Yummy. And a lot of now the only difficulty that you have saying these cards' names is make sure you don't say cum. That is the main issue you have whenever you're playing any of these cards. You just can't yell the word cum. Yes, Cosmo. Yeah, I'll show Cosmo real quick. Cosmo was, initially it was called a TCG exclusive. So Yu-Gi-Oh is split into 2 different games, basically the OCG and the TCG. TCG is Western territories, OCG is Japan, and I think mostly Eastern territories. So they made this, and it was literally just, you can see here, this is Dorothy with the blaster. It's literally just a mixture of Star Wars and Wizard of Oz. Like, you have literally the scaredy lion. Also, Rule 63 Luke, yeah. They're called sword troopers. They're literally just stormtroopers. Tin Can is literally R2D2. Wicked Witch is Darth Vader, but like, oh man. So it is a very sick combo, and this is one of like the older archetypes in Yu-Gi-Oh too. Oh, Dark Lady is also. Oh right, she's she's Maul. She has the dual bladed. Cosmo was one of the best decks in all in Yu-Gi-Oh for a couple of years. Anyways, so we're talking about cards to put in our deck. This is a mentality that you can play in Yu-Gi-Oh, and I think when we first go to play Yu-Gi-Oh tonight, I don't fucking know what time it is, but we need to play Yu-Gi-Oh tonight at some point. We are going to be loading up on these hand traps. Bell. And I can't talk about the current meta, and I can't talk about hand traps without talking about one specific card, which, if you've ever seen Yu-Gi-Oh content in the last couple of years, you might have seen this card. It's called Max C. Max C refers to, I don't fucking know, but these little lights are cockroaches. So it's little cockroaches. Would infinite permanence be useful? It would be. I'm gonna get to that in a little bit when we get to off of like the proper hand traps. So this was a card that was developed in, this one made in 2014. So, and it just says maximum seaminess. Yes, I also am a MB2. Oh, hold on. I have to blend my drink. My drink is too unblended. It's gonna be loud when I blend my drink. I don't know if you could hear that, but I had to blend my drink. So disgusting. Oh, it's like 2012? Maximum cunt evil meanie. Yeah, basically. The bolding of the text is only in this game, which I really appreciate it. It's very good just to see at a glance. This bolding, I think they do something similar in Rush Duel, which is a different type of Yu-Gi-Oh they made for people that are kind of coming back to the game, that we don't have in the Western territories. I don't know why. Yucky. Anyways, you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard. This turn, each time your opponent special summons one monster, a monster, draw one card. So, what is this? This is called a lingering effect. It basically says, do something. For the rest of this turn, this effect applies. This is different, and when it comes to hand traps and the rest of the ones we've seen, all of them basically interact with one piece of the opponent and just kind of do that. Right? Like, effect failure negates one card on the field. That's it. It's negated for the rest of the turn, but it's not affecting the player. It's just affecting that one card. Maxi, when you saw when we did our little test hand right there, we were looking through all these different cards. We summoned a lot. To get all our cards on the field, we had to get them on the field, which means that if I want to put 5 yummies in the field, I got to special summon probably 5 times in order to do so. That means that my opponent, a special summon applies to any monster coming out of the extra deck. Special summon is, and also thank you for asking the question. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask them. Any summon that is considered a special summon. So if any card is coming out of the extra deck, it is also a special summon. A link summon is a type of special summon. A synchro summon is a type of special summon. Also, these monsters, these main deck monsters, also special summon themselves. So Cupsy says you can special summon this card from your hand. A special summon covers almost everything aside from normal summoning, normal setting a card face down, and flip summoning. So special summon is the catch-all category for basically everything that is not just a normal summon, which is what you get once per turn. So Max C is a very powerful card. It's the old X is Y, but Y is not X rule. Yes, link summoning is a type of special summoning, but not all special summoning is link summoning. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game also where, because there's no mana cost, you can basically do things as many times as you would like to, right? If I got effect failure does not have a once per turn on it. If my opponent is playing and I draw 3 effect failures, I can play 3 effect failures on my opponent's turn and negate 3 of my opponent's cards if I was able to draw a Max C and resolve that effect. Similarly, something like, we'll get to these later, but Harpy's Feather Duster says destroy all spell traps your opponent controls. This card's limited to 1, but if I had drawn 3 of these and my opponent had cards that could negate my Harpy's Feather Duster, I could just play it again, and play it again. There's no cost in cards like this. There's no basically like a drawback. Same with Raigeki, destroy all monsters your opponent controls. There's no cost in that. I could just do it as many times as I want to, as long as I have access to this card. So if my opponent is playing and I drop Max C on them, they have to think now. How many more summons do I want to do? How many more times do I want to give my opponent the chance to draw into cards that can beat my field? Typically that answer is 1 or 2. Sometimes it's 8 or 9, and you just say, no, I'll be able to beat you. But as a result, this led into very frustrating games. It's currently legal in Master Duel, where it is still very frustrating. But a situation, you have to think to play this game. Oh, I'm fucked. This is unfortunately not only a thinking game, it is a lawyer's game. Magic the Gathering, as said before, it is a game where like you'll take 15 turns and the opponents will kind of go back and forth. In Yu-Gi-Oh, you will make 20 decisions before your turn starts if you are playing an interactive deck. What are the counters to Max C? Good question. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is one of the most common ones, because this Max C is an effect that would allow someone to add a card from deck to hand by drawing it, so you can Ash Blossom this card. There are also cards that you can play on your turn called Called by the Grave. Target 1 monster in your opponent's graveyard, banish it, and then its effects are negated. There is also a card called Crossout Designator. If your opponent activates Max C, you can banish a Max C from your deck, and it negates that effect basically. And then Dominus Purge wouldn't really work there. But anyways, that's mostly it. If you're playing something like Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, you are going to be playing almost always 3 Max C, 1 Crossout, 1 Called By, and potentially even a card like Droll and Lockbird. So this is a card, I forgot who before, Tanner the Ghost was mentioning this before. This is a card that's also a lingering effect. You can kind of think of it as like almost like an inverted Max C. If your opponent adds a card from main deck to hand, which is drawing or searching a card out over the course of their turn, like how our Yummy Cupsy Way searches 2 Yummy cards and discards 1. You can discard this card, and for the rest of the turn, neither player can add cards from their deck to their hand. Some decks do a whole bunch of searching, and if you do this to them, they will lose instantly. In the instance of Max C, if you are able to drop Droll and Lockbird on yourself on your own turn after your opponent starts drawing, you can also do this. Also, anything that can negate a monster card and can negate Max C 7 times out of 10. Yes, almost every card that can negate a monster card can negate that. But typically you will need to have a bunch of setup in order to get a monster card negate. like to forge one out of your deck basically. And as a result, actually, here's like another good question. Is this card a twink? What's up with Yu-Gi-Oh? This is like a good game, isn't it? I'm starting to like this game. Just androgynous spellcasters. That's Jame? Because they have bounty ears and they're getting bit by a bird? That's a child, I think. I don't know. I don't think they have the proportions of a child. Maybe they do. I don't know. They have bunny ears. That's all I know. Droll could be anything. It could even be Droll. Birds do like attacking Jane. Anyways, I forgot where I was going with all of that. But yes, negating monster, getting to a point where you can negate monster effects. This game loves Twink source. Look at Medius the Pure. Oh, he's the new Twink. Here he is. He is the new like archetypal Twink. He goes to Magic College and it gets invaded by enemies, and there's a whole bunch of shit that happens as a result of that. Here he is. It's Artmate. Oh god, he has leather pants. Yugi had leather pants in the original manga. That's fine. People can have leather. What's happening here? Recall that deck. Beastie Man Everett said, "Oh yeah, he's fairy type." Yeah, I could tell. He's a theater major. Don't be mean to him. Yeah, that unlocked something in my childhood. No one can have leather pants. Anyways, so these interactions are powerful. There are also another one Red Robots mentioned. So typically a monster needs to be normal summoned and activate its effect to do stuff. This is the old way of doing it. These cards subvert that by discarding themselves from the hand. There's also a kind of new type of card that also subverts this as well. You've heard of trap cards. You've heard of, we call these hand traps. Now get ready for a hand trap. This card says target one face-up monster your opponent controls, negate its effects until the end of this turn, and then if this card was set before activation and is on the field of resolution, for the rest of the turn, all other spell traps, ignore that part. But if you control no cards, you can activate this card from your hand. What does this mean? In the same vein as during our opponent's turn 1, during our turn 0, we can discard Ash Blossom, we can discard Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion, or discard Effect Veiler in order to impact our opponent's plays. We can also activate Infinite Impermanence before we've had the chance to summon a card or play a spell card in order to negate the opponent's cards. This also makes them very powerful. However, because it's a trap card and not a monster card, it gains basically a little bit of a bonus effect. If it is on the field, oops, killed one of them. If it's on the field when it activates, targets, and then negates something, it will basically turn off that entire column. Your opponent can't use that column. You can't use that column. There are a total of 5. Each player has 5 spell trap columns on the field. So occasionally your opponent will forget, put a card in that column, and it will be negated anyways. So that card was made a little bit ago. There's also another card that this deck can play called Dominus Purge. It's part of one of currently 4 Dominus cards. And this card says, FD on. Well, if your opponent controls a card, you can activate this card from your hand. So a similar summoning condition or activation condition to Infinite Impermanence, except it's only when your opponent controls a card. Not the same. This is very much a lawyer game sort of situation. You're going to be attempting to activate these for the most part during your opponent's turn 1 rather, your turn 0 before you get a chance to go. But this card can occasionally be activated on your turn 1 or kind of further on. The only thing that it requires is that your opponent has a card on the field. And then if your opponent activates, includes an effect that adds a card from deck to the hand. So similar to Ash Blossom, it's almost like copies 4, 5, and 6 of Ash Blossom, but not really, because that's one part of Ash Blossom. There's also 2 more parts that this card doesn't do. So it's not as good as Ash Blossom, arguably. Negate that effect, and if you also have another trap in your graveyard, destroy that card. If you activated this card from your hand, you cannot activate the effects of dark, water, or fire monsters for the rest of this duel. So, if we are building our Yummy deck, right now, all of the cards that we really care about are light monsters. All of our Yummies, right? So, it's not that big of a deal not to deal with dark, water, and fire monsters. However, Ash Blossom's a fire monster, so it means you kind of have to sequence yourself intelligibly. If you draw a hand with Ash Blossom and Dominus Purge and your opponent is having their first turn, you should probably Ash Blossom first before you Dominus Purge. That way your opponent, that way your Ash Blossom is not permanently turned off. So this is another good card that's in the game. Speaking of cards that can answer Maxi, there is not Maxi. That was the whole thing I was going through in this game. In the TCG currently, there is not Maxi, but there are the 3 Mulcharmy cards. They basically split Maxi up into 3 different cards and gave them a restriction. So the most common card here is Mulcharmy Fualas. You control no cards, so already it's a different summoning or activation condition than Maxi. Maxi can be activated basically whenever, which means you can make your whole board and then drop Maxi on your opponent, and then they're kind of fucked. This card says basically only on your opponent's turn 1. Only when you haven't gone yet, you can discard this card. Every time your opponent special summons a monster from the deck or extra deck, draw 1 card. So every time your opponent is Link, Synchro, Fusion, Xyz summoning, doing all those extra deck summons, draw a card. Or if they're summoning from the deck, draw 1 card as well. That's each time. So similar to Maxi there. And then once during the end phase, the number of cards in your hand, this fact rarely comes up, is more than the number of cards your opponent controls plus 6. You must randomly shuffle cards from your hand into the deck, so the number in your hand equals the number your opponent controls plus 6. I have never resolved this effect in paper play before. I've done it once or twice in a simulator. It's a kind of like a backup situation where if your opponent can summon a whole bunch but end on a very tiny board, it kind of punishes your opponent. Also, you can activate 1 other Mulcharmy monster back the turn that you activate this effect, which is interesting. Technically, you can activate 2 Mulcharmies Fualas's, which means that during your opponent's turn, you potentially could be drawing 2 cards for every card they social summon. Meowls is the same thing, but instead of the deck or extra deck, it is the graveyard or banishment, and Purulia is just from the hand. So these cards all have their place in the meta. Typically, though, we're playing 3 copies of Mulcharmy Fualas in our main deck, under the assumption that if our opponent is going first, they're going to want to special summon a lot, and in 50% of games, we're going to be going second. So if we can see this when we're going second, it might just win us the game by itself, because it might force our opponent to make a smaller board, and it might force our opponent to give us more draws than they need to in order to make a basic board. And if we have 12 cards to our opponent's 4 cards and only 2 of them do anything, we're probably going to win that game. Now, answers to these type of cards, as mentioned before, Called by the Grave. This is the card that so this is basically when you're going first. It also works when you're going second too. But if your opponent is going to use one of these hand traps on you while you're going first, you can basically negate that effect for both this turn and for next turn. So there's 2 alt arts. I like this one because it's the Live Twins, who are super villains that are also live streamers, and also they're dating. What else? Remember earlier when I said that there was a lesbian mecha storyline in Yu-Gi-Oh? Aren't all streamers equal villains? I'm the nice one. Look at the tags in this stream. Don't they say that I'm good? Don't they say that I'm ontologically good? The first ever gaming guy. Good streamer. There we go. I had that tag. Let's go. We actually can play some lesbian cards. It says you're not scared. Look at the one next to it. Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage. There's 2 alt arts. We'll use the normal one here. Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage says add a Sky Striker. If you control no monsters in the main monster zone, add 1 Sky Striker card from your deck to your hand, except Engage. And if you have 3 more, ignore that second part. So what do we want to add? We want to add the only limited to 1 copy Sky Striker card, Sky Striker Mecha Hornet Drones. All this card does is it makes a token. A token is like a monster, but it does. Can you mix and match alt arts like a criminal, please? Dracovi, you would hate my actual real life deck. I am these are the rarities of these cards that I'm playing in my deck. I don't have this one. I have as many alternate as many alt arts as possible in different rare. I have 2 QCR Ash Blossoms and then a gold rare Ash Blossom, which is the deck. Same with Ghost Bell. Two QCR Ghost Bells, 1 gold rare. Effect Veiler. 2 QCRs and then a platinum rare, which everyone hates platinum rares. I have a QCR Infinite Impermanence. I have a Starlight, and I have I think either a common or a rare. I've never realized they use the 3 different artworks. I like that though. I like using different ones. All I know is that Sanity is that he's not scared. It's something my friend Charlotte said she's scared. So I logically do that Sanity is not Charlotte. Charlotte's scared? That does not mark me as someone that's scared. Also, if you say that you're not scared, that means you're not scared. Charlotte's a deer. Charlotte is a deer. Charlotte is our deer. Anyways, I'm gonna take off this for engage because I don't want to confuse people that are watching this for the first time. Bang. So what does this do? It does this. Let's find Kagari. And then let's do a test hand. Oh, we drew it perfectly. Okay. I'm already hating these sounds, unfortunately. So Sky Striker Mecha Hornet Drones is going to, when we activate it, give us a token. This is a monster that doesn't exist in the game. It is an extra game card. It is considered a warrior normal monster because that's what this card says, and it's a token. When this card leaves the field, it's basically just gone. It doesn't go to the graveyard, doesn't go to the banishment. If it's to be returned from the field to the hand, it goes away. It's like a weird phantom fake card. However, it is a sky. I should move my name. I'll just move the card down a little bit. There we go. It is a Sky Striker card. And because it is a Sky Striker card, we can use it as a link material for a non-fire Sky Striker Ace monster. And this is a Sky Striker Ace monster token. Special summon out Sky Striker Ace Kagari. Kagari has an effect that allows us to add a Sky Striker card from our graveyard to our hand. And there's not a once per turn on this card. I can use this card as many times as it's in my hand. So I'll use it again. Now, what do we have here? Well, we have Sky Striker Ace Kagari and a Sky Striker token. So you might think, okay, we have a Sky Striker Ace Kagari and token. But if you expand your mind, what we really have here is a Link 1 monster and a level 1 monster. The same conditions as Yummy Snatchy and any Yummy monster name. So we can go into any of our 3 Yummy names, all of our Synchro monsters. So assuming we didn't have Lollipo Yummy in the hand, we can take these 2 cards, synchro them into Cupsy Yummy Way. This will allow us to add 2 Yummy monsters. We can get rid of this card. It's basically useless at this point. And now, what do we have here? We have 2 Yummy monsters we searched. Ignore the 3rd one. And a level 4 or lower Light Beast monster, which means we can make Yummy Snatchy. Yummy Snatchy can place us a field spell, which is very good. And because we have a Link 1 or level 2 Synchro monster on the field, we can special this card from our hand. And because we specialed it, we can add Yummy Surprise. And because we have these 2 monsters in the field, we can synchro summon into Lollipo Yummy Way. And because we do that, we can get these 2 guys back. And because there's a level 2 synchro monster in the field, we can get Lollipo Yummy Way out. And because of that, we can get this guy out. And now we basically have our entire full combo just off of that 1 card. Oh fuck, he's doing it again. Yeah, we have everything that we need basically. Just off of that one Sky Striker mobile or Sky Striker Mecha Hornet drones. One token on the field, one specific token on the field gives us all of these cards. It also got us this card in hand. It replaced the card that we discarded for Cups of Yummy Way. We can literally make every single card here if we wanted to in our extra deck, because our extra deck is not very large right now, but still. So now look at that. We've ended on every card in our extra deck has now been used. So Yippee goes into Frappa, which combines with Clap to make Yummy Crummy Crummy. You might not have been here when I was going through the full combo before, but the gist of all of that is that the Yummies in hand can special summon themselves out if we control Snatchy or one of our Synchro monsters. And we can get to our Synchro monsters from having one token on the field, because one token becomes Cups of Yummy Way. That turns into Yummy Snatchy. Yummy Snatchy places the field spell, and then we just go from there. So anyways, we talked about before consistency, basically, right? You want to have, when you open up your hand for your deck, cards to stop your opponent, but also cards that let you see your engine. So with 3 copies of Sky Striker Mobilizing Gauge, 1 copy of Sky Striker Mecha Hornet Drones, this is basically 4 copies of this 1 token card, with 12 Yummies and these 4 cards, we effectively now have 16 starters, and any one of these 1 card starters is the entirety of our combo. So if we can find any of these 16 cards in our deck, that means that we are potentially going to win the game if we go first. There is for the math nerds out there, there is a specific type of calculator you can do. What's the fucking hypergeometric probability? It basically states if I have a 40 card deck size and I'm going first, I will have 5 cards in my opening hand. We have 12, 15, we have 16 cards that basically say go for your full Yummy combo. So because of that, we have, I'm entering this into a thing off screen so you guys can't see it, but we have 16 1-card starters. We need at the minimum 1, and we can have up to 5, right? The entire hand can be 1-card starters. We have a 93.54% chance at the current rate to see a Yummy card. So, as a result, we are very consistent. We have a 6.5% chance, if we're going first, not to see a Yummy card. And if we don't see a Yummy card, that means that our hand is full of all of the rest of these cards, which are interruptions. They're not things that are going to get us to our Yummy Snatchy or our Cookie or anything like that. But this card says negate one of your opponent's monsters. This card says draw every time your opponent special summons a monster. This card says negate an effect that would add a card from deck to hand. Sometimes, if the opponent is playing a deck, they might not allow you to get to this point like that. Yeah, they allow you to survive, basically. So, because of that, this was, when Yummy first came out, this sort of deck philosophy was the first kind of theory for Yummy that was extremely successful. Actually, it was pioneered by Steven Tripanosky. There's an alternate way to play this deck where you don't play these hand trap cards and you instead allow your opponent basically to kind of go first and play all of their cards and stuff, then you try to break their board. This is a little bit more proactive, and I think I prefer this deck further. Now we have 2 more slots. If you break those hand traps, you can really end your turn, which might interrupt your opponent if they're looking to do the same thing in your first turn, right? Exactly, yes. So say I'm going first my first turn. My opponent's hand has this Molcharmy Fuwalas in it. They might activate it, assuming that I'm going to combo off. I don't. Then they go to their turn. They had 4 cards they had 5 cards, discarded this card. They draw to 5 cards in their hand on their turn. If their hand also looks like this, we're going to be staring at each other, doing nothing. And if their hand doesn't look like this and they have cards that they want to be able to do stuff, then like I have, these cards in order to try to interrupt them, try to interact with them on their turn to stop them. And then hopefully off of the top of my deck, I will be able to draw into good cards. And, even with this hyper consistency, even with 93.54% chance of drawing a starter, part of playing TCG and part of playing Yu-Gi-Oh is that sometimes you just do not draw. When I was playing the regional, the last game that I lost, I drew 3 copies of Ghost Bell, 2 both field spells, which are the worst draws in the deck. And I drew, the odds of drawing a hand like that I think were like 1.2% or something. And then when I drew for a turn, I was drawing into I think Fualos or something else that was basically dead. And then I was like looking through the card. I might have shuffled incorrectly or something, but sometimes you just get unlucky. You can be as consistent as possible, and sometimes it's just not working out. But Dreamer Diver, 6 games running opponent, always has Shifter. Exactly, yeah. 5 Handcrafts and a 1-card Charter. So we're gonna put also another card here, Triple Tactics Talent. If the opponent is on the same mentality, if during my turn they attempt to use Molcharmi Fualos during my main phase, or Ash Blossom, or Ghost Bell, or anything like that, this will punish them for that. This will allow me to draw 2 cards, or to take control of 1 monster my opponent controls till the end phase, or look in their hand and choose 1 card to shuffle it into the deck. So that brings us to 39 cards here. We're going to add 1 more card. You guys might have heard of Pot of Greed. This is another card not banned. It's called Pot of Prosperity. So what's funny is that technically, if you ask the people who made Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis format, which is the newest way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! That does not have a ban list, just has a point system. You have to stay under a certain amount of points. This card is actually better than Pot of Greed. And what it says is banish either 3 or 6 cards of your choice from your extra deck face down. So this is the extra deck. This is where all our cards are. We're going to get up to 15. We'll get to those later. But we're going to banish either 3 or 6. So basically just under half, or about, a third or so, a fifth, I guess, of the cards from our extra deck face down. If they are banished face down, you basically can't access them for the rest of the duel. It just says, like, if this card is played, you are getting rid of these tools in your extra deck, and you're not able to access these anymore. Does sprites play into this? No, sprites are more for rank and level 2s. So they kind of do, because these are level 2 monsters over here, but we have better ways to use our extra deck than sprites. There are ways to play with sprites, but I'm not a huge fan of them. I can get to those later. But anyways, so banish 3 to 6 cards, and then look at this same number of cards from the top of your decks. Oh, no, these are all level 1s. These are all level 1. These are all 1s. These are 3s. Or sorry, 2s, right? So excavate means basically take the top X amount of cards from your deck and show them to both players. It's one of the few keywords in Yu-Gi-Oh! So you can excavate either the top 3 or the top 6 cards from your deck, and then add 1 from that excavated pile to your hand. So if we end up going the 93.54% or sorry, whatever the alternative is, the 6.46% chance that we do not find a Yummy in our opening hand, but we draw Pot of Prosperity, we can look at the next 3 or 6 cards in our deck and try to find a Yummy name. So this also really increases our what's it called? Really increases our consistency, right? We only have a 5 or 6% chance that we are not going to find the opening card here, and if we do all 6, we basically have another like 93.54% chance to get. Actually, we have an even better chance. Let me do the math here. 35, a 6-card hand. We have a 97.84% chance to find a Yummy off of Pot of Prosperity if we banish 6 cards. So what this deck right now is trying to do, this main deck right here, all it is trying to do is 2 things. Get to Yummy and interrupt our opponent on their first turn. We're not trying to stop them once they've made a board. We're trying to prevent them from making a board. They will be normal summoning and special summoning monsters in the attempts to try to do stuff. We are not trying to watch them combo for hours. If they do that, we probably already lost. We're trying to stop them as fast as possible, get to our Yummies, and win with our Yummies. This works in some formats. Very well it works in some formats. In some formats, it doesn't work at all.
we are going to be playing low-rated, extremely low-rated Yu-Gi-Oh here against players that might not know what our deck does or the opponent's deck does. So could be good, could be bad. We will see. Now, as mentioned before, we have 8 extra slots. Oh, fuck. Everyone get to your yummy. If you have yummies, you're always winning. Potentially. There are 8 extra slots here in the extra deck. These extra deck slots are things that we're always going to have access to as long as we can meet the summoning conditions. I am going to throw some cards in here that you all would have no understanding of these yet because I haven't explained them to you, but these cards are going to be good. So one of them is Salamangreat Almirage. This card has an effect. This card's effect does not matter. You can ignore this effect. The only thing that matters here, this is a Cyberse Link 1 card. 1 normal summoned monster with 1,000 or less attack. What that means is that if we have any of these hand traps, specifically if we're going first and we draw into Mulcharmy Fuwalas, we can normal summon it, put this guy on the field, and now any yummy card in our hand can be special summoned for free. So it's very good. This basically allows us to... The reason why we might not want to normal summon any of these cards and kind of go through that whole way is that if we do it like that and we get into Yummy Snatchy first, they might have an effect that can get rid of it or kind of fuck with it. If we do it the other way, we can get to Cups of Yummy way more easily. There are certain things it plays around, so it's important. It's very helpful. Another card, there's actually 2. I'm going to put them both here. They do a very similar thing. This is the Starham. It is a level 3 tuner that requires 1 tuner and 1 plus non-tuner monsters. So when it is synchro summoned, how many Almirage in the deck? Just 1. So the reason why we're just playing 1 here is because this extra deck space is extremely tight. We want to play basically 1 of almost everything else. The only reason we're playing 3 Snatchy is because this is the core of our deck. This hamster could outdrink me. If it's synchro summoned, you can discard 1 card, special summon 1 monster from your graveyard that was used as material for this card's synchro summon, and if you do, it is treated as a tuner. This card's in your graveyard, discard 2 cards, special summon this card when it leaves the field. So what this card does is, if you synchro summon it, so how are we going to do that? These are level 2s. These are level 1s. So if we get to any synchro monster here and 1 of these guys, we can discard a card from our hand and bring back this guy and then 1 of these guys. This guy will be treated as a tuner because they're a level 1 monster that is brought back by this effect. If you do, it is treated as a tuner. That means we can then synchro summon into a level 4 synchro monster. Martial Metal Marcher does something similar. Card synchro summoned, target a tuner in the graveyard to summon it. So both of these cards basically are level 3 synchro monsters that will allow us to get to greater levels of synchro monsters. We are doing this all for 1 card. This is also our kind of unofficial boss for the deck. It is limited to 1 copy. You're allowed to play 1 copy here. Herald of the Arc Light. It is a level 4 monster with very pitiful weak stats. However, any monster sent from the hand or deck to the main deck, hand or main deck to the graveyard is banished instead. This is called a floodgate. Basically, it prevents if your opponent has an effect that would send a card from deck or hand to the graveyard. In Yu-Gi-Oh! The graveyard's like a second hand, basically. It would banish it instead. So it can be good for both. It can be good for us because it will prevent the opponent from doing something. But the main effect is the second one. When a spell or trap card or monster effect is activated, you contribute this card, negate the activation, destroy that card. So it basically says if anything happens, I can get rid of 1 of these cards, I can destroy it, I can negate that effect. So this is kind of like our win con, it's our panic button. Basically, we are always going to try to get to a combo that ends with Herald of the Arclight on the board. And then if anyone does anything, we can negate that effect, we can destroy it. That's why we're playing these 2 cards, so that we can get level 3 synchro monsters to get into a level 4 synchro monster. This will be the majority of our first turn plays. What else? What else? We also have what this guy? SP Little Knight. So SP Little Knight is a archetypal sort of thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! She is a staple card. She takes 2 monsters, so she's really good because basically everyone can just kind of make her. You can utilize the ritual part of that effect in this particular deck. Not in this one, but you can in the current best deck, which is Yummy mixed with another archetype called Mitsurugi. The cards I showed before, the sword reptiles, the one where I was like, Ame no Habakiri no Mitsurugi is like one of the best cards in modern day Yu-Gi-Oh! You can combine those two, and that actually utilizes the extra effect of Herald of the Arclight. SP Little Knight. So, it has 2 effects here. If it was made using a Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Link monster, you can target 1 card in the field or in your graveyard, banish it. So this is a very good effect. Basically, I'm yawning again. Oh, I need to get some water actually. Wait, I have it right here. I need to drink water. I'm gonna drink water now. I drink a lot of water really quickly. Okay. Why did you make me meow while I was drinking water? Devil. So if we make this with any of our extra deck monsters, we get to banish a card. And if your opponent activates a card or effect, target 2 monsters in the field, including a monster you control, which can be SP Little Knight. Banish both until the end. So it basically kind of temporarily gets rid of 2 monsters. So all around, just for utility, this is a pretty good card. We have a couple other ones. One that I like actually is called Uka no Mitsune no Onari. So this is a kind of backdoor Yummy support card because it requires 2 light monsters, including a light beast. It has protection effects for your field spells. And then if if this card is destroyed, you can destroy 1 card your opponent controls or inflict 1500, or if there's a field spell in both players' field spell zones, you can do both. So it's not bad. It's a nice little backup plan. It also has a very good effect to, if it's link summoned, you can target a quick play spell in your graveyard, set it. So we can, if we use our Yummy Snatchy, we can use this guy to get it back. And it does a little bit of damage, and it might destroy a card too. Another card is called Link Spider. This does not really affect too much. Summon 1 lower link, a normal monster from your hand to a zone this card points to, which is this one. This doesn't matter that much because we're not playing any normal monsters, but it is a level 1, Link 1 normal monster. Link 1 monster that requires 1 normal monster. So we actually can use Hornet Drones because Hornet Drones is a Link monster, but this card has a much bigger utilization. That is to answer one of the format's premier hand trap threats, which is called Nibiru, the Primal Being. During the main phase, if your opponent normal or special summoned 5 or more monsters this turn, quick effect, tribute as many face-up monsters on the field as possible. Then if you do, special summon this card from your hand, then special summon 1 Primal Being token to your opponent's field. So, when we first did our initial thing and I showed you guys that I can get every single Yummy monster from the main deck and extra deck on the field, we certainly went through more than 5 summons of Yummy monsters. Our opponent had this card in their hand. They could activate it and basically destroy my entire board and give me a token. That token would be extremely large, but it could be outed by any of their effects. However, Link Spider says, because its materials are 1 normal monster, we actually can use that token to get another level 1 monster on the field. So what that means is that if we have some Yummies in our hand, and we haven't special summoned from our hand already, and we get Nibiru'd, we can use the token that they gave us, put it into Link Spider, and go from there, which is a good thing to do. A nice little backup strategy to have. There are some alternative ones. There's actually one card I really like, but it's a little bit advanced, so I don't know if we want to do it. But its name is TG Hyper Librarian. Also a limited spell here. A limited card, rather. This card says, if a monster is synchro summoned, draw one card. That's basically it. Because we are going to be synchro summoning frequently and on both players' turns, this card can draw us up to 7 or 8 cards. The only way to get to this, however, because it is a level 5, does it see itself draw for itself? It does not. It has to be on the field to activate and resolve its effect. So, good question, but it does not. Depending on how greedy we get with summoning this card, I believe we can get 8 draws off of this over the course of 2 turns. Usually we're going to get at least 3 or 4. The reason why this is so powerful in this deck is that this deck plays very few, It plays very few interruptions that can't be activated, on the, on the player's turn. That feels so one more. It is. However, there's a bit of a problem with Yummy, and it's that you can sometimes in Yu-Gi-Oh! In the modern format, you can run into 11 interruptions and still your opponent can win the game. It is quite win more, but there are occasional times where your opponent can play through 12 interruptions. Yummy is a deck that is very answerable in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! By a couple different cards. And having the ability to draw into more pieces of non-engine that are activatable on the opponent's turn are better. However, it is one more. So we have one more other option we can play, which is a little bit more conservative, which is Superstar Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis. Ignore this material here because it doesn't matter at all. During the turn or the turn after your opponent special summoned 2 or more monsters from the extra deck, you can also exceed this card by using one monster you control with the highest attack. If you do, you cannot normal summon or special summon monsters for the rest of the turn. While this card is on the field, neither player can activate the effects of monsters with more than 3,000 or more attack. During once per turn, you can detach one material from this card, return one monster from the field to the hand. So this card has a whole bunch of stuff. It has a pretty poor win rate, but it is one of the few cards in the extra deck that is, if you are going second, almost always available and might win you games. It is almost always summoned from a losing position, but there are instances in which this card being summoned can win you the game. So to sum it up, basically, if your opponent special summoned from the extra deck more than twice on your turn, you can put this card on the high stack card that you have, and then from there you can detach one of its materials and return a card on the field non-targeting, so your opponent doesn't know what you want to return until the effect resolves, back to the hand. It also has a floodgate on it, which means monsters with 3,000 or more attack can't activate their effects. That doesn't come up too much in the current meta, but it's still a good card. So we'll set that as our extra deck for the time being. 15 card extra, 40 card main. Up next is the side deck. These are cards that we are going to be playing in games 2 and 3. Games that are cards that are designated only to go first and only to go second. We are going to need at least 3 cards that are good for going first, because Fualas is only good going second. So, 3 cards that are good for going first. There are a couple. In the modern meta, there is one card specifically that is very good for going first. It is called Dimensional Barrier. Oops. Oh, I forgot to go here. This card is also a floodgate. A floodgate is basically a lingering effect in Yu-Gi-Oh! That says your opponent cannot do something. Declare one monster card type: Ritual, Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Pendulum. For the rest of this turn, neither player can special summon monsters of that declared type. Also negate the effect of all monsters of that type while they are on the field. If you go first and your opponent is playing a Ritual, Fusion, Xyz, or Pendulum, and you activate this deck and you activate this card, they are effectively locked out of the game. It is kind of an instant win card. As a result, arguably, it probably should be banned. Or we're going to try to do a thrust board. We might. But there are some other alternatives that we might not need thrust for. Turkovi mentions Triple Tactics Thrust, which is kind of a counterpart to Triple Tactics Talent. So a Link monster can be summoned, or is using this type of examples? No, a Link monster can be summoned. This card actually predates Link monsters. However, there are not too many archetypes. Well, there's two main ones that are heavily Link monster focused in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. But the biggest threats right now in Yu-Gi-Oh are Yummy, which is a deck that synchro summons a whole bunch. Draco Tail, a deck that fusion summons a whole bunch. Mitsurugi, which is a deck that ritual summons a whole bunch. Malice and Vanquish Soul, both generally kind of Vanquish Soul usually Xyz summons with the Canine cards. Malice only exclusively Link summons. Crystron, both Xyz summons, Link summons, and synchro summons. Lunalight only fusion summons. Orchest primarily Link summons. Ryziel only Xyz summons. And then the rest of these are kind of getting more into Rogue. So of the main decks, this card hits a good chunk of them. If we see this in a hand that when we're going first and we hit a deck like Draco Tail or Lunalight, decks that only have fusion monsters in their extra deck, they might just lose instantly. This is also a reason why I'm not a fan of this card conceptually. I'm kind of against it because it basically says your opponent can't do anything. I obviously would hate to have this card flipped on me, but if we're playing Yu-Gi-Oh, we need to play the best possible cards. And speaking of the best possible cards, this is a true and proper floodgate. It's called Anti-Spell Fragrance. Another card that's only good going first. It's limited to one copy. We only play one copy. Both players must set spell cards before activating them and can activate them until their next turn after setting them. What this means, I get to play my game, use as many spells as I want to, set this card face down, activate it, because this fucked up pendulums. Yes, you also are unable to activate a pendulum card if this card is live, which is kind of funny. There is a couple kind of rogue playable pendulum decks right now, but they're kind of more caught in the crossfires. Yummy is a deck that is very weak to board breakers. Those board breakers are things like we saw before. Raigeki. Destroy all monsters your opponent controls. This card's at 3. So if we have already used our Herald of the Arclight negate, or we don't have it online, and we have, synchro monsters that are trying to tag out into our Yummy names, we have Yummy monsters in the field, we're trying to synchro summon and stuff, we can synchro all we want in a response to Raigeki, but as soon as that chain is done, all of our monsters are destroyed, and we can't do anything if there's not monsters on the field. So if we activate Anti-Spell Fragrance, when the opponent attempts to start their turn, they are not going to be able to activate Raigeki on their turn because it's a normal spell, has to be activated during their main phase, and as a result, it's kind of blanked. There are a whole bunch of other cards that this also beats. Cards like Harpy Feather Duster, which is Raigeki, but for spell traps. Triple Tactics Thrust, which is the card that Turkovi just mentioned. So if your opponent has activated a monster effect during this turn, different activation condition than Triple Tactics Talent, because Talent is only during the main phase. Set one normal spell trap from your deck, except Thrust, or if your opponent controls a monster, you can add it to your hand instead. So this is a great card for going second, because typically if your opponent is playing, they're going to be activating effects during your turn if you are going second. So you can play something like 3 of these. And if you do that, you're effectively now playing 6 copies of Dimensional Barrier or any other normal spells or traps. So what the side deck might look like in these instances is 3 of these, Raigeki, Harpy's Feather Duster, Lightning Storm. So this is an interesting card. I showed it before, but if you control no face-up cards, activate one of these effects. Destroy all attack position monsters your opponent controls or spell traps your opponent controls. You can only activate 1 per turn. So This card effectively is a second copy of either of these, although it only hits face-up attack position monsters. However, it is a hard once per turn, meaning that if we draw multiple copies of this card, they're dead in our hands. But if we draw multiple copies of Duster or Raigeki, they're not. They actually, we can activate them multiple times. The reason why that's important is because our opponent might have effects that would negate these effects. They're called Spell Trap Negates, Omni Negates, things that would stop these effects from resolving. So this is kind of what a very rudimentary sideboard is starting to look like. We have 4 cards for going first. We have 6 cards for going second, basically. We should have more cards for going first specifically because we're trying to get rid of these. And what we actually don't necessarily want to do is only put in cards that are only good going first or only good going second. Because there are some cards that just kind of nullify archetypes. Again, as mentioned before, Roland Lockbird is one of them. Remember, this card says that activate this effect, neither player can add cards to their hands. There are certain decks in this game that combo heavy decks are searching their decks constantly. They're constantly going in and out of their decks, trying to find new pieces, getting new cards, drawing a whole bunch and stuff like that. So if we side this card in and we play against one of those decks, doesn't matter if we're going first or second, it's just going to be a good card. These sort of silver bullets exist in Yu-Gi-Oh as well. Another one that is from kind of the last format is called Artifact Lancia. Ignore this first part. Quick effect. During your opponent's turn, tribute this card from your hand or field. Neither player can banish cards for the rest of this turn. There are a couple decks in Yu-Gi-Oh right now that to start their plays, they need to banish cards from their deck, from their hand, from their field. If you activate this card, they can't do that. It's the equivalent for Dimensional Barrier calling whatever their summoning condition is. But if you do this, they are effectively screwed. What else? It's kind of hard looking up cards for this Pure Yummy deck right now because the format has changed a good amount and Pure Yummy is not really as good as it was a bit ago. But yes, just have your main deck be really good going first, then always win the die roll and always start on the play. That's what I'm saying. A different dimension ground, I guess. We generally do not want to play DDG. Pot, Jar of Avarice. Interesting question. So Pot and Jar of Avarice, well, I'll go over that first. For those of you who don't know, target 5 monsters in your graveyard, shuffle all 5 into the deck and draw 2 cards. This card is really good in a grind game. In a long kind of drawn out game, what this card does is it resets cards into your deck so you can access them later, and it allows you to draw cards, which is generally pretty good. These cards don't see any play in modern Yu-Gi-Oh because you would only really have these cards in your deck going first. Going second, these cards don't really do anything. Going first, cards don't do anything either. These are cards you want to draw into over the course of a longer game, and Yu-Gi-Oh unfortunately just does not play as long anymore. Different dimension ground. This turn, any monster sent to the graveyard is banished instead. So this is also another card they don't see play. Okay, Mary, you can't just say that without people understanding what that means. This card is also typically seen alongside Triple Tactics Thrust when seen as a package. However, when our it's very similar with it means look at its because he actually looks like Hitler. I forgot he has the Hitler mustache. Hitler particles mean something else in Yu-Gi-Oh. They're just like there's a card called Dimensional Shifter, and they call him a Hitler card because he makes the game miserable for everyone that plays. It has a Yu-Gi-Oh specific meaning too. Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah. So this card basically says if you have no cards in your graveyard, discard this card, and then both for this turn and the next turn, any card into the graveyard is banished. This means some cards can't even be activated. So effect failure must go to the graveyard to activate its effect. This card negates that. Like you can't even attempt to activate effect failure. It also means for things like Yummy that wants to play out of the graveyard occasionally, can't do that. A whole bunch of decks. Damn, I've never heard that must be a you thing. It's a Jaxel MS Curry Bandits thing. What's another thing for Hitler particles? A lot of the Malice cards had Hitler particles on them. It's a long story with all of that sort of stuff. This is one of the archetypes in Yu-Gi-Oh that was yeah, it's a Jaxel bit, yeah. This is the archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh that is the best Link deck currently. These cards are crazy. There's a Dormouse, but they are a mixture of Alice in Wonderland and malware, like hacking, and oh yeah, so Masterpiece is 2,000 Hitler particles per square meter. Yeah. Masterpiece, the true Draco slaying king. Tribute this card. You must tributes continue. Basically, you can tribute spell, traps, and monsters to summon this card, and it is effectively unaffected. It's a big body, and you can also once per turn like pop a card with it. It's just very, very hard to get out of. Anyways, sorry, we were talking about silver bullets for different decks. So we have our Droll and Lockbirds. Those are silver bullets for different decks. We asked about 2 different cards. Different Dimension Ground's not a card we want to play, but there's another card that we can play with our Triple Tactics Thrust package for going first, which is the Black Goat Laughs. This is the card I mentioned before. Declare 1 monster name. This turn, neither player can special summon monsters with that original name except from the graveyard. You banish this card from the graveyard. Declare 1 monster card. Neither can activate the effects of monsters in this turn. So this card is great because most decks have a singular kind of linchpin. If you are playing against Yummy and you call Yummy Snatchy and they can't summon Yummy Snatchy, they've lost the game. This is one of the best cards against Yummy going first for that reason. It's even more impactful than calling Synchro because you can Synchro on your opponent's turn, but you cannot link summon Yummy Snatch on your opponent's turn. Yes, Trikovi, yes, you are recalling now. Yeah. So this is a good combo piece with Triple Tactics Thrust because as a reminder, it can search normal spells and traps. So let's count up the cards we have for going second and for going first. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards going first. We have 3 cards that are designated going second, arguably 6 cards for going second. These names are nothing. Yummy Snatchy, Masterpiece. Look at this guy. How do you feel about him? Cluckadoodle-doo. Are you thinking of the Cuckoo Commanded Croon? It's the Cuckoo Commanded Croon. Bitch, that is Bing Bong. What is Bing Bong? Oh, I understand. How about Steel String Sacrifice? Fuck your life. Bing Bong. I like this one because this is a guy that is playing baseball while also playing the guitar. I don't get this one at all. Baseball. This is a card that was made by the OCG as a TCG exclusive. This was made by the Japanese part of Yu-Gi-Oh! 4A for an American audience. One of the best. How about the Immortal Bushi Morins' Mortal Body? What the fuck are you talking? Oh, I've never heard of this card. What's another fucking good one? You just reminded me. Oh, I like the cup archetype. This is Wake Cup. He's got a little thing. This is a cute one. Vicarious is a pretty good name. And down the road, Nettle lands perfectly in the Pennywise sewer and feeds him. The man with Wajat. Yeah, what's Wake Cup? They have 2 now. It's Mocha. Wait, is this an altar? Oh, Makia. Makia and Mocha. Then they have a new one, Earl Grey. Yeah. Are you thinking of the man with the mark? There's a man with Wajad. Is that an old card? Oh. Yeah, it's fine. I like the man with the mark. This is a card that is from the Yu-Gi-Oh anime. This is Odeon. So the deck is called Odeon or Gravekeeper. Not a Gravekeeper, something else. But the man with the Wojak. That's pretty good, actually. But whenever people see this deck, they just call it man. It's the man with the marks. They call it man deck. This is the man deck. Fuck. What are other currently really good, funny? Oh, fucking Memento. How about first of all, these cards look fucking bad. Akihiron looks bad. Where's Memento and Tatsuno Toshigo? There he is, baby. That's the seahorse. There needs to be a woman deck. Hashtag feminism. There are many woman decks. Hashtag feminism. Let's look up woman. Why is Burst Inter? Whoa. What the? When did they make these alt arts? Hey, it's Genetic Woman. I forgot about Genetic Woman. Why is the winged egg of new? It is said to signal that life is growing in a woman's womb. What is said to signal? What? Can you imagine walking around and you see this flying and someone's like, "Oh my God, you're pregnant," and you're like, "Sorry, no. What the fuck? What was that? Why was that thing flying and cracking and bleeding? What the fuck was that?" I like her. Oh, she's cute. She's friends with Bubbly Elf. Who gave this dolphin egg a trans stamp? That's the Yu-Gi-Oh first. Yeah. Okay, we can look at Bacon Saber. Bacon Saber's also cute. He sneezed out his skeletons. Ghost Bee. Good one. He's cutting himself up for lunch. And I'm trying to now think. I don't think any of like the modern main like meta decks play any fucking crazy ass, stupid ass fucking card names. I'm looking right now through the meta decks. Chopman, the Desperate Outlaw, and Kickman. These are old ones. Him. I like his head says "I love Chop." I mean the Mistus? What's the Mistus? What the fuck was that? Oh, Acid Crawler. I love Chop. Why can't I see her? Oh, I was thinking of a different card. I was thinking of Gya. Yeah, her. Okay, look at this card. Look at Gyakuten no Megami, and then look at Angel Trumpet. Like, kind of like squint your eyes, and then look at that. It's like kind of the same. Oh, Mitsu's. Yeah. Mitsurugi no Habakiri no or Ame no Habakiri no Mitsurugi, Ame no Muraku no Mitsurugi. Futsu no Mitama no Mitsurugi, Mitsurugi Purification, Mitsurugi no Magatama, Mitsurugi Mirror, Mitsurugi no Miko Wosu, Mitsurugi Ritual, Prayers, Mikuto no Mikoto Saji, Mitsukuturo no Mikoto Kusanagi, Mitsurugi no Mikoto Aramasa, Uka no Mitsume no Tamayura. That's the alternative to Onari. Oh, Madolche's fun. Oitsu, Koitsu, Doitsu, and Aitsu. Yeah. Green-haired hashtag woman. Can you stop aura farming your Japanese? You can even tell my accent's fucking dog shit, 'cause I haven't practiced in a while. There's Angeli. There's Bapple. There's the Butler. Chicolates. I like Chicolates a lot. These were like 2018, 2017. Boot Cake. Cruffcent. Never heard of Chevalier. Oh, Magdalene's big. There's sleeves with Magdalene. Marmalade? It's Marmalade. Ascend Gelato. Oh, Male Wife. That's why they call him that. Pudding Cess. Petting Cessor. This one would go pretty big on Tumblr. What's the new one? The Queen Tiramisu? Look up. Oh, wait. You guys are going to fucking flip for not Dragon Flip. These are the Dragon Maids. They're maids who turn into dragons. Yeah, the Dragon Maids, we all know that. I'm gonna hear someone go, oh, in a second. I'm waiting for it. Laundry is like one of the unofficial mascots for Yu-Gi-Oh. There it is, their shark waves. Their names are anagrams of their jobs. Yeah, Parlor, and then there's, what's her name? Oh, King Kaka's Kitchen, right? Look at that fucking face. They're so cute. The person in all the Dragon Maids before is like a girl boss canonically. New to me, but I am becoming their familiar. Oh, Labyrinth's also really good. So we have Arion the Labyrinth Servant, Ariana the Labyrinth Servant, Arias the Labyrinth Butler, who no one can agree on their gender, but there is one. Hold on, do they have a thong? I just realized. What is that? What's that little piece right there? Aspen Hotel. Not right. Maybe Aspen Hotel actually. There's a person who cosplays as Arias the Labyrinth Butler at every YCS they go to, and they usually do very well. And I believe they're a guy. So I think in my mind, Arias is the only guy. I don't know what Labyrinth is. And then you have the actual things. And then you have Lady Lab. You have Alt Art Lady Lab, and then you have lovely Labyrinth. And you can tell, so this is the knight that enters into the labyrinth. You can see like there's the knight coming in, there's Arias, there's I forgot who she is, and like they're all like taunting them. But the knight is just like going through the traps really easily. And this is a new art. Called Trapaholic. Trap, not Trapapaholic. It's Trap Space Holic anyways. Yeah, but it's it's them, like you can see that it's Lady Lab that is like planning out the whole thing between the knight and herself of like, then he's gonna come here, then he's gonna do this, then he's gonna do this, then he's gonna do this, and everyone's like, girl, you're gonna fall. It was, yeah. What else? This is the end of the Sky Striker lore, where the two girls get to be Yuri together. They're like brainwashed soldiers, but then they get to love each other. No fucking clue who the fuck these guys are, by the way. I haven't read the anime, but apparently there's just like other people. None of these guys are real. It's literally all like, what the fuck? Oh, we don't have Camellia yet. We need to get Camellia. Fine. But it's Ray and Rose, and they're both brainwashed soldiers trying to kill each other until they fall in love. Old archetypes. There's currently an anime out for Yu-Gi-Oh! That has all the lore about, where's my boy Fallen of Albaz? That's Albaz the Ashen. Show me his fucking proper artwork. There he is. Fallen of Albaz. Basically, old archetypes post-branded. Brandon's old as fuck. The Archie did Lady Lab talk about the process like, well, I figured to make her wings out of lace lingerie. I felt like a genius. I think she has a very special relationship with Night-chan. Perfect. This you should. I have not seen the anime for this, or they're calling them Animation Chronicles, but I do love them. It's supposed to be for more than the past few years. Hey, look, it's an old card. Whoa. Sword Soul? Wait, why does Ecclesia have 4 fucking alt arts? Happen. Are there any single worded cards? No, Pot of Greed is the newest one. I have not seen all the alt arts. I have seen the Thrust alt art though. That's a pretty good alt art. And then actually, wait, Fusion Deployment. So this is the normal Fusion Deployment, which is kind of boring. This is literally like, isn't this evil fucking she's like being corrupted by Maximus, right? This comes up in the lore. I forgot what this is. This is a fucking good alt art. Oh, White Forest. White Forest is fine. I've gotten into White Forest though. That is okay. I thought that was it's a Luber. That's not a Luber. That's Fallen of Albaz. That's Blazing Cartesia. Oh, she's being corrupted by a Luber, right? Because I'm assuming Maximus is gone by then. You're right. Blazing Cartesia. Oh yeah, that's the one where everyone was fucking talking about tits the whole time. This is the Uppies alt art. Wait. I am just now noticing her legs continue down here. I've been playing this card for like, I don't even know how long. I literally thought that like, this was her body and like her legs like stopped like right here. I'm now realizing she's like a tall ass like person. I thought she was just like I don't know, Albaz Sage. Hey look, it's Yamadron. The White Forest cards are 2 like bookish nerds that I think get lost and then turn into like evil spellcasters and stuff like that. But they are linked to, oh, this looks like that one bitch from Tumblr. Her giant ass hat. The fuck is her name? I don't know if it's Tamamita. She's got a big ass fucking hat. I think there's a dog in there. Jane. This looks like that Jane from Tumblr. We should probably look at Dia Bellstar. This was I don't look like this. This is one of the older, or not older. This is probably the last like lore archetype before Medius the Pure. She is on the search for the sinful spoils, and she cracks one open to get this guy, the Scourge of Yu-Gi-Oh! Literally made it like a tier 1 format, tier 0 format for fucking like 2 years. This little bastard. Him and his other Snake Eye friends. Ash. Birch. No one played Birch. Oak. One person played Oak. Dia Bellstar came in later. Glambird should have been banned. Poplar. No, this is a card I've never seen before in my life. This card's banned. This card is good and sealed. Okay, I'm gonna put the what's an archetype you guys want to look at for a second? I'm gonna go get some more of my water, and then we're gonna play at least 1 game of Yu-Gi-Oh tonight. How's that sound? 1 game of Yu-Gi-Oh. You guys have been good. We get to look at 1 game of Yu-Gi-Oh. Actually, let me fucking fix this side deck real quick. What makes a card need to be banned? Typically if it's there's a couple different reasons. So power level of the card can certainly affect it. If it warps an entire format around it, then it probably should be hit somehow. If that makes the format boring or arguably unplayable, right? Sorry, I got a text. Let's make sure it wasn't important. It is also other things that are like so for example, what was the fucking card's name? Fiendsmith's, oh, was it not called Fiendsmith Space? It was called Fiendsmith Lacrimal. This card right here was a optional card in a very good deck, or like, you know, effectively stuff like that. And It was good. Arguably, it didn't need to be banned, except for this last line here. You can shuffle one other Light Fiend from your graveyard into the deck or extra deck, inflict 1200 damage to your opponent. There was a period in time, I mentioned it before, but the time rules were different. So if you and your opponent did not have a winner at the end of 45 minutes of dueling, whoever had the higher life total won that duel. And then whoever won the most won the match, or they tied. This card does 1200 points of burn damage. It's very easy to get out, and just kind of for no reason it won in time. So it became impossibly frustrating to play against, where you would play against your opponent, and then, I mean, unless they had a way to negate on your turn, on their turn 0, a shuffle back to deal damage effect, which is like almost impossible, then this card would just win them the game. And that, it really felt like it took a lot of skill out of the format. So the way it works in Yu-Gi-Oh is that there's, like I said before, the TCG and the OCG. And the OCG has their own ban list, their own ban list philosophies. They tend to try not to rock the boat too much. They tend to try to only hit cards that everyone agrees are like big problems, or to push products in the future. The TCG is a little bit more proactive. They tend to try to warp formats around by banning or limiting cards in a way that either might hit consistency for the most powerful decks, or remove decks with very annoying play patterns. Maxi, the card that we all saw before, the card that says discard one card whenever your opponent special summons a monster, draw one card, that's banned in the TCG because it creates an extremely frustrating play pattern. If you ever play Master Duel, which is probably this is the official way to play Yu-Gi-Oh, it's a pretty good way to play Yu-Gi-Oh. It's a free-to-play game that's, I guess, I don't know, kind of gacha based because it's a card game. But I've been playing for, I don't know, since release. I have over 3,000 hours in it, and I've never spent a cent, and I've been able to reach the top levels whenever I kind of want to, just by playing occasionally, getting some rewards, and then building a good deck, playing it properly. That deck has Maxi available at 2 copies, same as the OCG. And it's impossibly frustrating to play against an opponent that makes a good board that you might be able to beat, might not be able to beat. Then they just drop that card on you, and you're like, okay, well, I've lost the game now. Just because of that. Because I can play into this board, but I can't kill them this turn, and they're going to have 15 cards in their hand, and they're just going to win off of that. So I would say generally the main consistent thoughts for what means a card needs to get banned is frustrating play patterns, things that take away, I think, player agency, as well as opportunities for a back and forth game to happen or develop. That also comes with floodgates, right? There's a card called Skill Drain, just says negate all monster effects in the field. That card's limited to 1. It should be banned, just because it's extremely frustrating to play against a deck that is built to do that, and then your deck and every other deck in the game is not built to do that. Another card that should be banned probably is one that is too centralizing in terms of power. The reason why I said Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon should be banned is because that card allowed a very good deck to be extremely good, and very, very oppressive in the way that it played itself. It had a lot of recursion as a result. It had a good amount of interruptions, and it could also swarm the field with bodies. So that, like, even if you were able to break the board, you probably couldn't deal lethal damage, and they had enough in their hand to kill you regardless. So it made it very frustrating to play against. And then the third is just kind of for the equivalent of rotation. So if Yu-Gi-Oh does not have a rotating card pool like other things do, like Pokemon and Magic the Gathering, every card printed since 1999 is legal in Yu-Gi-Oh unless otherwise banned, limited, or semi-limited on the Forbidden and Limited list. So sometimes some archetypes are still very good, like they're not really kind of power crept by the next archetype that comes out. So it becomes a little bit of a necessity from Konami's perspective, from a money-making perspective of, why would I buy these new cards if they're worse than the old cards I bought a while ago, right? And it's also just, I would say as a player, very boring to be in. Like, I'm happy that the Yummy cards are still good. It's been 2 months since they came out, and they're still very good. They're probably going to be good for the next 3 or 4 months, but if they weren't the best deck in the format, I think that's also kind of fine. the Mitsurugi cards are cards that came out, I think, over 6 months ago at this point. They are still currently the best cards in the format, and it's just kind of very frustrating to every time you load into a game, you're playing against cards that are very good, and they've been the same thing you've been dealing with for eight months at this point. Usually in Yu-Gi-Oh, the best decks are from the last format, which is like, a solved format is boring, especially when that solved format, it feels uninteractive. And it felt like the Snake Eyes board, when that went off, it made a very uninteractive deck. Do cards ever get buffed? No. Yu-Gi-Oh does not change the text on their cards that are printed newly, really. They do things called erratas occasionally, where an old card will have its text changed, usually to nerf it. Typically that is because in the olden days of Yu-Gi-Oh, 2022, like 2008, cards were created without the thought of what modern Yu-Gi-Oh was going to look like. So for instance, this is a card called Catapult Turtle. It's a 5-star monster, so it requires 1 tribute to get in the field, and then you contribute 1 monster to inflict damage to your opponent equal to half of its attack. This PSC count as a buff? It's very rarely a buff. A buff to legibility, but it's rarely an outright buff. When this card was printed, this card was pretty bad. It requires 1 tribute to get in the field, only has 1,000 attack, so can't do much, and then you can burn a little bit with it, but that's not anything crazy. As the game progressed, it became extremely easy to get almost infinite cards on the field, and also this card. So within a couple of years of this card coming out, there were, as Chimera points out, so 1 turn, and FTK, first turn kills with this card, where with a 2 or 3 card combination, this card can win you the duel in 1 turn. So this card was eroded. It had you can see here, it's called a soft once per turn. And it just says once per turn, you contribute 1 monster, inflict damage to the opponent equal to half tribute monster on the field. So this means that this card can now only use its effect once per time it is face up on the field. That hindered the amount of OTKs and FTKs that can happen with this. So it was altered basically to make it less playable in the modern, or to make it more playable in the modern format, rather, to avoid things like that. And then there's also the occasional card some cards like this are banned because they're fucking confusing. I'm gonna go grab my water. Just read this and see if you can understand why this is a confusing card. Also, I think this might be the newer version of the text. I don't know, but this is a confusing ass card. I had to sneeze. Instructions unclear. Summon Jongular last turn. I'm gonna jongle. I'm gonna jongle. Oog. JD hasn't been eating it for the phone. Wait, the little thing showed up. What the fuck? Alert box showed up. So if you don't have cards in your field, you don't discard. Use this to summon Yummy Corplap. Last turn. Select one monster in each side of the field, send all other cards in the field in their respective owner's hands to the respective graveyards. After that, your opponent selects and special summons one monster in their deck from the face up and attacks your selected monster. The monster whose monster remains alone on the end phase of this turn wins the duel. Any other cases, the draw. So one thing, you can't like attack an opponent's monster during the draw phase, even though this card says so. So you can do something like, I believe the ruling was that you create a new phase called like a special battle phase in which these two things happen. It also says the player whose monster remains alone on the field during the end phase of the turn wins the duel. So I mean, you can also just special summon a monster that can't be destroyed by battle. This also is like a draw simulator, because if like you can like there was one that I saw that was a no ban list tournament where someone like lost this basically, but then at the end of their turn, it says proceed directly to the battle phase. But if it's the end phase, do you proceed back to the battle phase? Like, and if that's the case, if you go there right then, what about triggers that happen at the end of phase? Like the other thing that's stupid is that so you also summon first. So I forgot who mentioned it, but yeah, Chimera mentioned Jagun the Spiritualist. That's a card that says your opponent can't special summon. So if you just do that, then you conduct a battle phase followed by an end phase. Yeah, exactly. But then like, okay, so there's no main phase too, but then end of battle triggers would happen. So it's a weird card. And like, even in its initial printing without all these issues, it's weird. Someone on so there's a new format called Genesis where this card is legal at 1 copy, and the person played a deck that was just designed to turbo out this card exactly, and during the tournament they gave him one judge that just stood by him the entire game, like the entire tournament, and just gave rulings for the last turn only, which is crazy because the tournaments are like 800 players or some shit, and they only have like 5 judges. So they were like, all right, he's gonna have so many judge calls, we're just gonna stick one right next to him. Which is pretty funny. It's also very funny because there is not a so here's the other thing with Yu-Gi-Oh! We don't have rulings. Like the for judges in Yu-Gi-Oh! At any event, the ultimate ruling is whatever the head judge says. The head judge is going off of both a mixture of like understanding that's what happens when you're playing a card that, yeah, this card has a 212 page card ruling list that is unofficial and cobbled together by like OCG rulings and like rulings from these things, like forum posts and stuff. Like this is such a weird card, but like Yu-Gi-Oh! In general, a lot of the rulings that judges go off of are based off of like their understanding of the cards, and if they think they're wrong and they don't know, they can look up rulings that were done by official like OCG judge rulings based off of like OCG text of cards and stuff like that. And it is like, yes, Strakovia makes a point too. There are like, similar to a court system, there's like also precedent, like for GOAT, which is an old format, 2002, 2004, I think. Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot of the rulings for GOAT format are because like, oh, when I was at this regional in 2003, a judge said this worked this way. And then someone else is like, oh yeah, I also heard that that's the case. That's why this card says that it works this way. And then when you go to an event, the judge that's judging your GOAT tournament might not know what the fuck you're talking about, might not even know how to play GOAT at all. and like it is like a big headache. So they actually tried to fix that with a new version of old formats called Time Travel as opposed to Time Wizard, which don't take the old rules into effect. It's only new rules, and they got a lot of blowback to it, kind of understandably. But I don't know, I understand both parts there. Neither here nor there. Let's look at all the cards we have here. I guess, you know what, we'll play one more card in the side deck. Let's play an actual game of Yu-Gi-Oh, and then we'll move on with our night. To this day we find out new stuff. To this day we found out new way stuff was being ruled, like in stuff like Edison and Goat. There are content creators on YouTube, Disencoder is one of them, who are judges on a thing called Dueling Book, which is like the premier place to actually play Yu-Gi-Oh. I play on Omega because it's an auto sim, so I don't have to worry about rulings or anything like that. But Dueling Book is all manually done. And there are people that will like call a judge for something, and someone will be like, that's not how that works. And they will link forum posts from 2002 and be like, actually, it says here that this happened at this event. And it comes down to the judge. Some judges are like, oh, okay. And then some judges are like, no, that's not the case. I remember when there was a lot of blowback about changing like the rules of these older formats in like the modern way they're played. There were people that were like, dude, I went to, you know, YCS in Indianapolis or whatever, and I like ran into this ruling for Edison. So for those of you who don't know, Edison is like a 2008, 6 format. Actually, it's up here. Edison, oh, it just says Edison. Never mind. So go to 2005. So I think Edison's 2008. These like they were like the judging was so fucking bad. They didn't know this, like this ruling, this was a clear ruling, this was happening back then. It's from this thing, and like the judge they were talking to were like, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Like even if that was the case, I'm not gonna like make a ruling based off of like a forum post from 2000. Edison was made in 2 BCE, correct? New card idea, first turn. Card only activated in the first turn. All cards in each player's hands can stay in each player's hands. If you don't special summon a monster, your duel ends in a draw. I play this card 15 times and we both lose to time, and it's a dual loss. All right. So I'm actually just kind of generally not a fan of Triple Tactics Thrust. I'm also not a fan of playing Board Breaker sort of in general in Yu-Gi-Oh right now. I like to play a lot more hand craps and one card charters as it were. But I think for beginning playing Yu-Gi-Oh, I think this is probably a fine way to take it. So let's play, I don't know, the second Lightning Storm. No, actually, let's play Dark Ruler No More. This card says negate all monsters on the field, and then you can't deal damage this turn. So how many cards do we have for going first? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cards for going first, up to 5 cards for going first. Oops, there goes Black Goat Laughs. What do we want to take out for going first? Really only these 3. I guess we could take out Effect Veiler. Effect Veiler is not very good right now. So we could take out Effect Veiler going first. In fact, let's take out one Effect Veiler and play one card that I didn't tell you guys about called Obedience Schooled. This card says if you control no monsters, basically special summon 3 yummies from deck. You are beast locked afterwards, but that won't matter that much. It's a very, very good card. I'm neutral on playing it right now. So now we have 1, 2, 3 cards that we can take out, and then 2 more cards to take out to go first. This puts these 5 cards in. These are situational cards. We can swap these in for almost anything. And then if we're going second, we're going to side in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So what are we siding out? Probably going to side down on our main engine. Probably remove 1 cookie, 1 Lollipo. We're going to remove the Pop Field spell. And then Call by the Grave is 4. And then we can side out up to 3 of the hand traps as well. All right. Looks good for me, folks. We have a Stream Yummy deck. Let's make, who's our favorite guy? Let's make Cookie Yummy the new thumbnail of our Streamy Yummy deck. Success. Let's play a ranked bronze deck. All of these are illegal to play. Am I playing OCG? I'm playing OCG. Streamy Yummy. All right. Let's see what the best of bronze in YGO Omega has for us.
there like a little bit of black space on the bottom of the screen right now? Is there 2 pixels of black space on the bottom of the screen? What did I just jostle? Okay. I'm playing against the real King of the Abyss on 60 cards, right? Oh, fucking Christ. Who's with these nuts? Predaplant is a deck that will go in. What the fuck? Okay. Fusion summon 1 dark fusion monster. Okay, what do these cards do in the graveyard? This is the worst pot. These cards in your graveyard. Summon 1 play monster from hand to field, face of field, except special from this card. Okay. This card is in the field or graveyard. Banish 1 of the Predaplant. Okay, this doesn't do anything. Right now, nothing happens. Right now, nothing ever happens. It's that 1 card. Okay. All right. Okay. This is potentially a very scary deck. They didn't do fucking jack shit. This card just says, if this card's sent to the graveyard, draw 1 card. And then the only thing they have in grave, this is not a quick effect. This card's on the field or grave, banish 1 of the Predaplant monster from the graveyard. They don't have one. This does nothing. You could fusion. Yeah. Okay. They bricked. Yeah. This, I think they just bricked. Okay. What do you have for me? Roll? Nothing. All right. Yummy combo. Go my yummy combo. Oh, do you have something for me? Maybe this is, oh, this is probably super polymerization. Oh, guess who called it, baby? Yeah, I'll stop that. Okay. I believe they have lost the game. Okay, all right. So we know they're playing at least 2 copies of super polymerization. This, by the way, this card basically negates your a monster that you control and sets its attack its level to 1. Okay, they're playing super polymerization. They're playing a 60 card deck. If they're playing a 60 card deck, usually that means they're going to be searching a good amount. As for these, we know that they're going to be playing at least some spell traps, at least some super polymerizations. And honestly, probably the Raigekis and the thrusts are going to be okay. Actually, probably just the Raigekis. We might be able to just kill them before they activate any monster effects. These Fool Losses are going to be good. I don't know how much they're going to be activating monster effects on their side of the field. So let's leave that there. They're probably going to be drawing a good amount of cards the whole time. Going from Bell, we're going to side out down a couple of these cards. Side out a little bit of consistency because you're drawing an extra card, so we want to side out a little bit of our engine here, and then we'll cut out Called by the Grave as well. This is a card that's really only good going first. Going second into their deck, I don't think they have any graveyard effects I need to worry about. So this looks good to me. What do you have for me, King of the Abyss? Okay, we drew Mulcharmy Fool Loss. That's a great card. You can send 1 monster from hand to the graveyard. Special summon 1 Predaplant from the deck. What does Spina Bifida do? Nothing. Okay, we're gonna ash this. They just put -1 in this interaction. Now the bad news is we didn't draw any playable cards. Okay, unfortunately we did not draw a yummy name, so we can't do anything. I mean, this is a, yeah, this is an ignition effect. Okay, go to battle phase and hit me for 1200 attack. And then pass. I feel so bad for them. Oh my god, we didn't fucking draw a yummy card. What the fuck, Brandon Fusion? You can't play good cards in this deck. Okay, we might be dead, actually. We might have just lost the game. Oh my god, they're summoning... Oh, no, they're not. Oh, I feel bad for this guy. Let's negate that. What does Predaplant Banks Kyogre do? Nothing. Okay. This card also cannot attack, I don't believe. Oh, actually, I negated the activation. I might be able to attack. Okay, I can attack. All right. So this card was gonna summon a card called the fucking Dragoon. What's the goon card called? The drop one negate. Okay, let's see if we draw a yummy card. Let's go. Okay, we can activate Marshmallow's effect to special summon it to the field, and then even if they have Super Poly here, it shouldn't matter at all. Where did I start Dragoon? Thank you. Okay, we are not going to activate Yummy Snatchy effect because we can activate Mignon here. And then we are going to go Mignon effect to get back Marshmallow. They still have the Super Poly, yeah. So this is also fine. The only difficulty here is if they go into Starving Venom, but they didn't. Okay, so we still win. We actually can just do Surprise in order to special summon Marshmallow back. Marshmallow effect will re-add us Surprise. Oh no, we win. We normal summon out this, and then now we can go into Almirage. And now we have, that's right, a Link 1 level 1. Go into Yummy Cupsy Way. Grab 2 and discard 1. We're gonna grab these 2. We're gonna discard Purge. We're not really gonna need to use it right now. Okay, they have Bell. That's fine. That actually doesn't really matter that much for us. We can normal summon Cookie Yummy. We're going to drop the Lubellion by a little bit. And then from here, we can go into another copy of Yummy Snatchy. With Yummy Snatchy, we can go into a Lollipo to grab 2 more monsters onto our field. Effect. We're going to go for 2 level 1s. That way we can go into our bigger guy more easily. And then from here, we're just going to deal a fuckload of damage. Do I have to fucking calculate? I don't want to calculate. What do they have on field? They have 3K. They have 42. We currently have 62, 8K. This is lethal. Okay, we're going to go to battle phase. We're going to activate the effect here. Oh, I fucked up. We already used this effect. Okay. Well, we already used this effect, but it's fine. I forgot we already used this effect. That's fine. We're good. It's good. We're going to kill Garura, and it won't matter because they can't activate the effect to draw one because they've already drilled us this turn. We can go here. We can go here. We can go here. And then go in here. So we can't lethal them, but that was a misplay. We can, however, go for these 2 into Martial Metal Marcher. And this is effectively the game. We can get this guy back out. Martial Metal Marcher will get us into Herald of the Arclight here. And then we can get the last copy of Yummy Snatchy here. And then set 1. So this is 9 interruptions and an Omni Negate, as well as a infinite impermanence on the field. So that's a win. Let's go. Okay. So I played that one pretty quickly. Just to kind of 9. It is 9 interruptions, I think. So we have Synchro into something that can dodge. We have Cupsy. We have each of the 3. Yeah, we have each of the 3, and then each of the 3 to come back and put monsters on the field. And then if you count the dodges, I think it's 11 actually. And then each of the other ones have 3. So it's 3, 3. Technically, it's like 6. 7 if you have the other one. Oh, I said 6, 7. Sorry. It's technically 7 if you have the pop field spell, but if you count the dodging and the synchros, I think it's 15. I don't think you would count that. That's what Triff does when he considers the deck. It just sounds cooler to say that you're counting that many. Hello, Tricovi. First time message 67. All right, let's play one more. So the deck did exactly what we wanted to see it do. We wanted to see it draw into a whole bunch of hand interruptions to be able to disrupt the opponent. And as it was doing that, we got access to our Yummy engine and played through a whole bunch of Yummy stuff too. So we now get to go first. This is a great hand. They have hesitation there. Probably going to be a Mulcharmy Fualos coming our way. We're going to normal summon Cupsy. We're going to add Yummy Surprise. Fualos here. Okay. We are going to Called by the Grave on Thualos. That way we can keep playing without having to worry about them drawing cards. We're going to place Mignon here. Mignon will allow us to re-add back our yummy Cupsy. We can then go here in order to add 2 to our hand and discard 1. So we are probably going to want to... No shot, your PFP is also off-centered. What are you? Oh, it's not. It looks fine. We're going to put that there, and then now we can go into... Do we put them on having extra interruptions? I think we do. So we're going to play a little bit more conservative. The way we would do that is by going into Yummy Snatchy here, and then Lollipo Yummy. And then we're going to play into Lollipo Yummy Way in order to draw, add 2 back from the graveyard. Bang, bang. And then now we're going to go into Martial Metal Marcher. This will allow us to be able to special summon out the Herald of the Arclight while also keeping the Yummy Surprise in hand. Okay, great. So this means that they do not have Nibiru. We've checked for that because we've gotten to our 5th summon, and now we have an Omni Negate up. We have to assume that they know that that's going to be the case there. So we can go into the last copy of Yummy Snatchy here. We can now Yummy Surprise. We're going to special back the Marshmallow. Marshmallow is an effect when it's special summoned to put the Yummy Surprise back in our hand. And then we're going to set 2. We're just going to set Purge, and we are going to set Bell. We're going to keep the Cookie in hand. Does the UI show a turn counter somewhere? Right here, right in the middle. We're going to keep the Purge in our hand. Actually, maybe I'll put this over where I am. That way you guys can tell that it's me. Oh, I can't move the card anymore. I can only make it bigger. Okay, very big Marshmallow. Let's put you here. All right, let's pass here. All right, going on to their first turn. Let's see what they are playing. I'll give you a little bit of insight about what I know about their deck. Lunalight. This is a very scary deck. If this deck is allowed to kind of operate unimpeded, this deck, I believe, will just win the game. I think the way to negate this is to go on either Goldlido or Silverhound. So we're going to go Dominus Purge on this. This will prevent them from getting another card. So this deck can put up a what's called a... Are they also playing Yummy? They're not. Banish this card, discard, add 1 Lunalight monster from your hand. Wait, what does this do? Target 1 Lunalight and special summon it. Okay, we're gonna allow this. And then now that it's here, we're gonna assume that they have some sort of extension from hand, or they were doing this set up an SP play. So I'm going to, on the resolution of this chain, activate Snatchy's effects in order to Book of Moon this card, so they cannot use it for an SP play. The other reason I want to do this is because I want a Synchro monster on the field so that I can start tagging them out to get all the rest of my interruptions online. The other good thing about this is that this card says, banish card from your graveyard, discard 1 card, add 1 Lunalight monster from your deck to your hand. Because of Herald of the Arclight's first effect, that card will be banished. So if that card that he discards is actually good, it'll just be able to go away. It's called metagaming. Your opponent gets too hard to focus. Importantly, this is a fusion deck, and you can infuse with face down materials. So if he already had a polymerization that was live in hand, this doesn't do anything. Okay. Okay. Add 1 Lunalight monster from deck to hand. So I think we're just gonna tag out here. We're gonna get Snatchy. Actually, we're gonna get Cupsy Yummy Way. This will allow us to draw a card because it's a special plus Link monster or a Synchro monster's effect. And we'll get both Cupsies. The goal of this guy is just to next effect go back into the deck and get 2 more monsters, probably a Snatchy as well. And he
I want him to draw us a card. The next time we go back, we're gonna grab the Link monster as well as the other Synchro monster. This will give us a Link one, a level 1 and a Link one once we get to it, and it will allow us to put the other field spell up, the one that's able to pop cards. So, okay, we unfortunately drew Engine, which is not great, but it's not too bad either. They've already normal summoned, so I'm not worried about another normal summon. The only thing I'm worried about is something like a Polymerization or a Triple Tactics Thrust, Triple Tactics Talent. So there is the Triple Tactics Thrust. This, you generally want to negate the Triple Tactics Thrust because they can thrust for something like Dark Ruler No More, which will immediately answer my my friend right here. But they can't do that. They cannot thrust for Dark Ruler No More because this is a deck that tries to kill me this turn. Actually, hold on. No, it tries to put up a towers. No, I think I do need to negate this. So now they have 2 cards. One of the cards in hand is a normal summon. It's Fractal. Okay. Fractal says, send one level 3 or lower beast, warrior, or winged beast from your deck to the graveyard. Okay. What is the card they have in hand that they just added? Black Sheep. Discard one of these cards. Oh, add a Lunalight monster from deck or grave, and then add a Poly. Okay. So they're going to be able to get anything they want and then discard this card in order to add that card from grave to the hand. So what I'm going to do is summon Lollipo, because that card allows me to negate or fuck up their grave plays, basically. So whatever they send, I'm just going to try to get rid of. Special summon one Lunalight monster from their deck, except, oh, okay. This is not what I thought the deck was going to do. Okay, this is going to special summon. So we're just going to do this anyways. Let's get rid of this guy. Let's get rid of Silverhound anyways. What is this card? Yeah, let's just get rid of Silverhound. Okay. That stops, and we will have to do that anyways so they can get a fusion monster in the grave. That's going to be a negate regardless. Okay. Here we have Kaleido Chick. Yeah, so if we didn't get rid of Silverhound, Silverhound would now be a negate for our Yummy Surprise. But we need to wait for the next effect to activate, and then we're going to go into Lollipo effect in order to add a Poly. Okay, great. So we're going to go here. They're going to try to Poly the 2 cards on field. But if we go for Yummy Snatchy and Marshmallow. So Marshmallow will be able to just add us back something, which is nice. Yummy Snatchy will be able to place the pop field spell, which is also good. Oh no. This card target one monster you control, it cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects this turn. So unfortunately, Almirage, the card that I said had no effects on field, actually does do something. Oh, I didn't want to add that. I wanted to add this. Whatever. Oh, I don't have surprise because I haven't activated it yet. Right. Okay. This is a bit of a pickle now. Tribute this card, target one monster you control. So if they activate this Poly, I can fuse and try to pop one of these, but they can just stop that regardless. I can do this to put back cards from the opponent's field, but it's not going to do anything. I also can't go into Cookie because my Cookie is in my hand. Okay, I think I have to do it then. All right, we're going to go Snatchy here. We're going to get Cupsy out, Cupsy Yummy Way, in order to draw 2, discard 1. We are going to do this now in order to try to pop this Kaleido Chick, because this will force out the Almirage. And now we don't need to do this effect to pop back out. Oh, wait, no, we can't. We've already used this effect to pop back out. Okay, so this doesn't do anything. Goofed. We're going to add 2 here. Yeah, unfortunately, what we need is the ability to tag back out so that we can get this Cookie Yummy Way special summon off of its own effect.
but we don't have that. So they're going to be able to do basically whatever they want here. They activate this poly, they're able to fuse both of these off. They'll be able to get the poly back in hand. What the fuck? Oh. Okay, so they're going to have to send... So I'm going to have to use surprise now then. If I use surprise now, I can... This card's... So this card's name is going to be treated as a different card. This card's hand to grave, target one little... Okay. Alright, we're going to have to use this now. We're going to target 2 light beast monsters we control. And put these guys back in their hand. So now Yellow Marten won't be able to activate. They can fuse and send, but the monster that was on the field is no longer treated as a fusion monster. Yep. So there's Perfume Dancer. This is going to go... We can't ash this anyways because we don't have ash. This will be able to recover polymerization. They've already used Perfume. Is Perfume a once per turn? Oh my god, Perfume is not a once per turn. What the fuck? Okay, well, we're gonna have to hope that cutting them off of polymerization will be enough. They're gonna be able to get Perfume back and be able to special summon any of these cards in their graveyard. But I don't know if that is going to be able to get them to lethal. They can do both of these effects, but they don't have a card in hand though, so they can't activate the second effect. They need a special something that will get them a card in hand. Lido check. This is a soft once. Okay, they have Kaleido check. Effect to dump. They're going to dump Leo Dancer. Perfume Dancer. Ooh. Return it to the hand. Special summon 1 from hand. Banish. Discard. To be able to special summon 1 more? Oh, add a Lunalight monster. Okay. Can they add one that gets them poly? Oh, this card is poly. But they don't have another card to summon with it. What does this say? Fusion summon 1. Oh, by banishing fusion monsters material listed on your field or graveyard. Oh, fuck. Okay, so they're going to be able to get to their towers. I think they're cognizant of the time. I don't think they're going to run into time issues. Add 1 Lunalight Perfume from deck to hand. Oh, they didn't go for the towers. They went for SP? Banish what? Huh? Return it to hand, and if you do special cards, advantage leaves the field. Okay, let's go again. Is this also not a once per turn? Oh my god, it's not a once per turn. Yeah, so now they get to the towers. Towers plus SP. This card says it's unaffected by card effect except Lunalight cards. Can make a second attack during the battle phase. Once per turn, send 1 Lunalight monster, destroy all your opponent's special summon monsters. Activating does add time, yeah. So they can attack and destroy, but they can't attack directly. Oh, they can attack directly. This card's unaffected. SP Lunalight says it can also your monsters cannot attack directly this turn, but because it's unaffected, it can attack directly this turn. Okay. So all we have to deal with here is a do they have a no, all we have to deal with here is get big enough to get over this guy. I've never done this before where I've had to deal with this towers. Usually I just scoop, but we're gonna try to play this out. Mutters ones makes an unclear facial expression. They only have 2 knobs to turn. They have the banish 1 card on my field with SP and destroy all my monsters card. So we're a little bit limited in what we can do as well. But oh, I don't even have, but I have to do one of the two. Oh wait, what? Oh, all my snatchies are in grave. I'm sleepy, dude. I'm straight up snoozing on the beat. Okay, we're gonna have to go Marshmallow. In order to grab Yummy Surprise, we're gonna have to activate Yummy Surprise now. In order to special summon out Yummy Snatchy. We are not gonna activate Yummy Snatchy effect because Yummy Snatchy effect will fuck us over. We are going to go into Lollipo Yummy Way. Activate the effect here. We're gonna go, I'm just clicking buttons actually. I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. That needed to be an attack. That was a misclick. So I can activate this effect for Mignon to go battle. That will force out the field nuke. The problem is I've used all of my shit. So this was a dire mistake. Okay, so now we can go Mignon, go into Cookie, activate Cookie, go here. They are not baited and they will not tag out. Okay, I don't know if there's any possible way to win this. Yeah, we just call battle and then they're able to do this. Yep. We can do this to get this back into rotation. Doesn't matter what we summon here, because it's all gonna be destroyed anyways. Why the fuck wasn't my Marshmallow destroyed? Why are you cool? What happened to you? Why are you still here? Huh? What? Why is he chilling? Oh, he wasn't special summon. Thank you. Okay. Do we have what's it called? Engrave, right? We have surprise engrave. Okay. Well, I mean, we can do this. We can go Uka in order to set surprise. We can go what, Sky Crisis in order to put this card back in hand, but then that's worse for us. So I don't think we want to do that. Well, does this affect them? Neither player, this affects the player. So now they can't activate Liger Dancer. That's not bad. Okay. So now they cannot activate Liger Dancer's effect. The second they activate an effect here, we can start tagging back into all of our yummies. We are going to do so. Oh, wait. Don't they just now go battle and destroy both of these? That means we will live another turn, though. Bad. They're thinking about, I guess, what monster to add? They add another tiger. They flip summon Yellow Martin. I don't know why you... Oh, to get 900 damage in. Okay. All right. This is going to get continuously more messy the more time we play. Now we can show the power of cards that just win the game outright. So we are subbing in a lot of cards here. Because... So the thought here, too, is that Purge is really good. But it's just kind of better to be playing with... what's it called? It's just kind of better to... Actually, you know what? I don't know if we want to side in these thrusts. There's a chance they don't play any hand traps. No hand traps. Only one card charters. Oh. This is 5 pieces of engine. Unfortunately, I really needed things that weren't just engine this game. We're gonna go obedience school just so I can show you guys what it does. I think we've already lost though. Just because this board that makes is gonna kind of lose to almost anything. And we don't really have enough. If we played the Win More card, if we played the what's his name? Oh right, we're Starham. Dominion. Get this guy here. Let's get this guy here. What the okay. That was a misclick. Oh man, I'm getting sleepy and playing poorly. Then the horse sweat foams and now I'm scared. Only under certain conditions. I think they had to be extremely exerted for that to work. Yeah, just give me that. Give me that ant. Get these guys out of here. Go my ant. We're gonna get him here. And then now we can get this guy here. Have we already gone for Lollipop? We haven't gone for Lollipop yet. Holy balls. Let's go for these two. We're not gonna trigger your Marshmallow. We're gonna go for this. And we're gonna go here. Spectua. Marshmallow. Go here. Grab back this guy. Okay. This is a pretty bad board. We have to wait for them to do something in order to get to 1 Herald of the Arclight. We've really overextended into Nibiru for no good reason. And if we tag out right now, we can't even special summon 2 monsters. So this is looking very good for my opponent. I was locked in getting sent the deck. Then I learned. Oh, you already said that. I thought someone else just said something. I'm starting to hallucinate. Oh, hey, it's Fualos. That's fine. It just kind of increases the amount by which I continue to lose. Book of Eclipse. I mean, that's fine. That just kind of increases the amount by which I continue to lose. Sure, let's just get another guy here. No. Okay. So that card also just instantly wins the game. The rare lose more card. Yeah. That's why I don't really like this what's it called? Special summon a Lunalight. Yeah. So the only way I have out of this is if I can get to a position in which I get a very good surprise off. Starham? How'd you miss that card? I don't know how you missed that card. That's the Starham we're talking about, baby. I think I'm gonna wait for maybe the Pendulum to hit the board, and then I'll just put back 2. And then if they destroy any of my cards, I can get 1 guy. So the only way out is if they destroy 1 card on my field, which is not a thing they're able to do. I'm not even reading these anymore. You can keep going. Okay, now we're gonna do it. Oh my god, they're face down. They don't even count. I forgot. Okay. I'm just gonna assume. No, I'm just gonna assume 1. Good news is that we're +7. All right, we're gonna play 1 more. That was an insta Q. That just goes to show how good we are at the game. I clicked second by accident. I misclicked the that said second. I meant to click first, folks. Oh god. Oh fuck. I don't know if I want to have Foolish Burial Resolve. That could be anything. Let's see what it is. God damn it, it's the same fucking deck. Okay, well the Silverhound seems pretty good. Let's stop Silverhound. Okay, it's Lunalight Masquerade. Well, the good news is that this is why we practice, folks, so you learn how to play against these decks. What did you add? Oh, they also get to set another one. Cool. If you fusion summon one, you can add a poly from grave or banishment to hand. Then you can discard, and if you do, fusion summon a Luna. Okay. Walks out of the hell building, feels the sun shining on your face, gives a grin, and walks straight back into the hell building. It's like getting into a cab in New York City after leaving a club where they stab you, and he's like, I know a new club. It's a club where they stab you. That's Solren's joke, but I just made it a little bit different. Well, the good news is that this Lunalight opponent is that he's also taking a long time to think about his plays. We went to one stat. No one got stabbed at the club I went to. Okay, this doesn't do anything. Oh, good. They don't have to play the deck. Let's go. Oh my god. Why are you setting 3 cards? Why did you set Triple Tactics Thrust? What are you doing? I guess you're going to set the Black Goat Laughs? That's pretty good against my deck. Why are you setting? You can't activate this card. You set it. This card also needs a discarded hand. You need to keep cards in your hand. Okay, so we know there's only 2 possible cards that are here. Oh, there's the Black Goat Laughs. They're calling the wrong card. They're going to call Kagari? They really should be calling Yummy Snatchy. But I can still kill them without Snatchy, I think. Okay, they did call Kagari, which does do nothing. This is either some real strangers to me or they got like slightly above knowledge of my game. They don't know. They don't really know what they're doing, fortunately. It does feel bad to win a game because my opponent does not really know how to play the game. Yeah. This needed to be held for far longer, and then they needed to call Yummy Snatchy with that. And they probably could have won. Well, they could have at least lasted 2 turns. I could have banished their set Lunalight Perfume with SP, even if they had gone into what's it called? The Book of Eclipse, but still. See, this is another deck where playing Breakers is actually a really bad idea, because the card that they make, we call it Towers. It's unaffected by card effects. So like Raigeki and all these cards don't do anything to it. So you generally want to play like a lot more hand traps, which is why this deck is actually kind of good in this. I'm going to take out the Obedient School because I didn't like seeing it. I'm going to take out the Called by the Grave. I'm going to keep the Obedient. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this, actually. We're going to do this. Let's go. Well, Feather Duster would be useful here. Not really against Lunalight. The only thing I'm scared about at Lunalight is, well, I guess they actually do play Baguska, so I could be a little bit proactive and play the Raigeki, but if they already make the towers, then I've already lost basically. So I need anything that can help me on this turn, which I've only drawn 1 card. I've only drawn the 1 Droll and Blackbird. If they have Crossed Out or Called by, it's kind of rough. You should put the left leg of Exodia in your deck to make it really weird. There is a clip from when I was doing a Masochist run a little bit ago, where I was playing against someone and I was like talking through like all the different things that they could have, and then they normal summoned left leg of Exodia, and I was like, yeah, it could be like Pearly Happiness, could be leg, and I just like screamed at the top of my lungs and it peaked the microphone. I was like, what the fuck is happening? It was like one of the craziest times. I thought that still makes me cackle. We gotta find that clip. That's definitely in the clips channel. Yeah, so the bad news here is that I should have played Raigeki because this makes Baguska. They can go Baguska pass. I don't know if they could, but I ain't gonna stay to find out. Bagusko, you'll see it right here. The terribly tired Tapir. Both card is in face-up defense position. Change all face-up monsters in the field to defense position. Also negate the activated effects of monsters that were in defense position. Effect was active. It's just a general monster negate. The more important effect for us is that it turns all our monsters sideways into defense. That's actually very, very bad for us. All right, we're gonna go Marshmallow Yummy first. This was the one they had to censor, yeah. This is supposed to be a bottle of booze, and he's like Baguska the stinking drunk. You hear me click it? You hear me click it? Hear me clicking? Hear me clicking? Oh, no. Right, they're gonna call it right. They're gonna call Yummy Snatchy this time. I have faith. They can do that. What that means is that I am going to be able to make an SP Little Knight to banish this card. And then I'm going to Pot of Avarice for an amount in order to try to find like an Ash Blossom or something and hope that one Ash Blossom will beat whatever follow-up they have. Sorry, what did they call? Good, okay, they called the correct one this time. Oh, that card was, okay, this card was not normal. All right, well, don't I feel silly. Uh-huh. Now, I can special summon Upsy here. I think I don't want to. Yeah, we'll just go for SPM. All right, Prosperity for 6. We're gonna banish basically everything here. Let's get rid of the Starham. Let's get rid of Kagari and Link Spider. Let's get rid of Typhon. Get rid of Uka, and then, oh god. I guess actually let's keep Kagari and get rid of these two. Okay, we can first action Fua them and try to draw into more non-engine, and we're going to have to because I drew no other non-engine. Okay. All right. Go ahead, champ. I can't attack directly because of SP Little Knight's effect. So first action they take, we're gonna go Hawk Fua. That's actually very true. Oh, we will watch the clip once it is time. Yerp. Keep going. Keep it going. Oh, works a Little Knight on the board. No, Little Knight's gonna be able to tag out whenever they activate a monster effect on field, and then I'll be able to Fua afterwards. So they're gonna activate this effect to send a Little Knight monster, and then I'll just tag out with this guy, and then from there, that might even fuck up their numbers a little bit if they need a body on the field or something. I don't think they do. Plus they have Perfume too, right? Yeah, they're gonna be able to get anything. They haven't normal summoned yet either. Right, this was a special. Hot up. There we go. Oog. Beef. Thank you. You've been around for a while. I thought you were already followed. Also, I really like how the tiny Winston pops up in the bottom. All right, let's go. Fua. Now I cannot activate cards or effects during the battle phase. I thought so too. My Gokilla. Why did they activate this in the pen scale? Can't they actually pen summon in this deck? Don't they have 2 pens? That's so silly. Why would you put that there? Don't put that there. There's Liger Dancer. Okay, well, I'm not dead. I think this is going to be, what, 76 damage? Oh, 76 damage, and they had the Black Goat Laughs in Great. This makes it so that I can't activate my Yummy Snatchy effect on field. Also, they get 1 board nuke, so. We shall have to see how effective we can be, they say in the business. A line that I'm always saying, constantly I'm always saying. Hey man, all your hip fell out. I know. Okay, well they didn't preemptively activate the Black Goat Laughs. So I do get to activate this and get my field spell online, which is very good. I want that to happen. Note that it says either player can activate the effects of monsters in the field. I've already activated his effect, so it will be able to work out fine. Unless they would like to activate Liger Dancer in order to nuke the board, in which case I will place the other field spell and be able to get a monster for free on the field. So all good for me. Mignon. Do I have Snatchy engraved? I don't have Snatch. Okay. We're going to go through full normal yummy combo then. Oh, I have Snatchy in hand. I just added it. God, I'm so sleepy, dude. This is not a game to play while you are asleep. You must be constantly locked in and mocked in. Add 2 from deck to hand, discard 1. That's how I said discarp 1. That was intentional. Where there is a carp, watch out, there is a carp. And then we're gonna go here. And then we're gonna go into... Ookie. We're gonna go into Lollipop. We're going to grab just as many big attack guys as possible because we are going to have to threaten the fact that we can stomp over this guy at some point before anything else is going to be able to happen. We can go Cupsy Yummy. What do we have here? We have 32. Okay, we need 1 more. So I'm going to have to go to do basically everything to get over all of this. All right, we're going to go battle. And while we are in the battle phase, that's when they're going to use the nuke. They shouldn't use the nuke now. They're going to use the nuke now. Interesting. Okay. This is really good. This actually lets us potentially do something on the next turn. Start step of battle. I will go Yummy Surprise. I will special out. Does I have a graveyard effect? Only my card effect. Okay. I'm going to special out Marshmallow. Activate Marshmallow effect to get this back. And then now I can attack over this. So, I mean, it's not great, but they have 1 less card that they can do things with, which is cool. I can also set Surprise here and pass. When I do that, both of these guys will come back. Now, what they can do here is go battle and force out basically all my interactions. Because I'm gonna have to go as soon as they declare battle, I'm gonna have to go Yummy Surprise to get back Snatchy, and then okay, they're gonna keep playing, right? I think I'm just gonna Ash that. I think I would much rather Ash that than let that resolve, even though I could go Lollipop. What's this guy do again? Okay, we're in battle. All right. That's fine for me. We're going to go Yummy Surprise here. We're going to special summon 1. We're going to special summon my Yummy Snatchy. We're going to go effect here. This effect will let us place the other field spell, which is good. All we're waiting for them to do is activate that monster effect. All right, now that it's there, cool. We're going to go here. They have activated the monster effect. That's just what I wanted. We are going to be able to target 2, so we're going to banish these 2 again. Get them off the field. We'll have them for next turn. And then now this will let us special summon a monster from the Yummy. Like that. Oh, they can attack twice, right? Not just on monsters. And make a second. Okay. I think this is still game. But we will put 1 here. That won't do anything. And then they can attack twice. Mikuki. Black Gold last one's like a fun card to build around. It's really good with the other card, Triple Tactics Thrust. It basically, like, most decks have 1 card they really need to have resolve format, so it's very, very good. I'm even playing it. Look at me. Look at me go. Look at me go. Migo. Migo, Migo. That's my friend Migo. We'll get rid of the Veiler. We'll get rid of the Purge. I don't think we like direly need it. We will put back the Lollipop Callby. And then we're going first. What are the least important cards here? Maybe we can actually just cut down on like one L. What? One Bell, one Imperm. Yeah. Let's go first. Okay. Just having the Blackout Laughs in hand potentially means we win. Looks like they have Fua. That's fine. So we're going to give them one draw here. We're not going to touch this at all. We're just going to normal summon Cupsy. Activate Cupsy effect. We're going to grab Surprise. We're going to go Snatchy. We are not going to use Snatchy's effect to place because we already have this in hand. We're going to use this to be able to get another guy here. All right. We're done for summoning. We're now going to go Thrust. Ashing on Thrust, that's fine. We actually already have the card we want to activate right here. So this is still the 9 interruption board. We should still be fine. It's into a 5-card hand, so it's basically like they just discarded Ash throughout that entire thing. Now the difficulty is going to be remembering what card to call. What the fuck? Wait, really? That's fine. That's just totally fine. I don't care about that. I can just synchro off with the token. Okay. Now we're gonna have to think. No, we don't have to think yet, actually. Okay. We're good. We can keep going. Yellow Martin. Target one you control, return to the hand, special in this card. Banish to lose field. Okay. I don't really have too much by way of interaction to do with these guys, so I'm just going to start Snatchian. What I want to do here is get Cupsy, the Synchro Cupsy, in order to discard a card that's going to help me here. So I'm going to add 2 and discard 1. Note that now I have a Yummy Snatchy in the grave, so I can tag out with Yummy Cupsy Way. We are going to grab probably Yummy Cupsy for follow-up, and then Cookie Yummy? Cookie Yummy. I think it's probably better to keep them off bodies on the field for the time being. Now, next effect activation, we can just bring back these 2 to pop this guy. So no, it's set to your graveyard. This card is in your monster zone. Target one that to you. Okay. Okay, this card is this. So this, if one monster is set to the graveyard, except while this card is in your monster zone, even during the damage step, you can target one of them, add it to your hand. So if I tag out here, this effect will still activate. Yeah, so tagging out right now won't do anything. They're going to send anything and be able to get it off Gold Leo. Was it Durable Noise? I don't know. May your Lunalight snatch your Yummy's Cups to victory or something. I'm super tired. Good luck with your hell mashups. Thank you, JD Sinfinity. Sleep well. Send a Lunalight monster. That's totally fine, yeah. I think that doorbell noise is the sound of my like timer going. This is not great. Because now, okay, yeah, now we're gonna do. Now we're gonna go Cupsy way. All right, we are gonna go pop Tua here. We are gonna go Snatchy effect to place. This is an ignition effect. Oh wait, oh they don't have Poly Engrave. Oh, second Book of Eclipse. Do I have a Yummy card engrave? Okay, I gotta do this then. We're just gonna do the exact same shit again. Okay. All right. Interesting. Okay. Intriguing. An unfortunate series of events. All right. Okay. So here's the deal. If they book it, we can't synchro. So we might need to just go surprise and put everything back in hand. I think that's actually our only play here. We still have the Black Goat Lapse. We can still stop them from getting to our important cards. Target one Lunalight you control. What, add it to hand? Use each effective Masquerade once per turn. Sure. Go. Feel free to add that to hand. Oh, just special summon itself. Sure. Okay. Heavy Poly. Using 3 or more monsters from your hand or field as material. Quick! What the fuck is the name of the good card in this deck? I need to call it for the fucking thing. It's Liger Dancer. Yes. Lunalight Liger Dancer. Now you can't summon Lunalight Liger Dancer. They can summon Leo Dancer? And Panther Dancer. They summoned Leo Dancer. Card make a second attack during battle phase. Okay. So this can just attack twice. That's it. I like the sound of my fucking Cupsy Yummy flipping around. Sounded like an armor. Okay, cool. Either activate this card as an effect that feel with that name. Okay, so I just win. Yummy Cupsy? Yummy Cupsy? Yummy Cupsy? Yummy Cupsy go Yummy Snatchy? No effect Yummy Snatch. Yummy Snatchy find me Marshmallow? Marshmallow. Marshmallow get me surprise. Cupsy Yummy? Cupsy. Wait, why the fuck couldn't I activate Acroquay? Oh, it can't be targeted. Stupid. We've already used Cupsy. We've already used Marshmallow. We haven't used Cookie. So let's just grab another Marshmallow, throw him in grave. Oh, here we need to put these guys back so we can draw one. Okay. And then we're gonna go Snatchy. Snatchy effect to place. Meal. This guy. Cookie. Lollipo. Lollipo effect. We're gonna banish this guy. Maybe? Silverhound. Oh, Silverhound. We'll get rid of Silverhound. And then we need, what, a couple more monsters. Let's go Lollipo with the 2 weakest guys. Lollipo. Let's put 1, 2. And then that should be lethal. Get 'em, girls! Get 'em with your girl blast! Alright. Okay, well, this is also the other very good important part of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's learning when to stop with a certain deck philosophy. So we probably should stop playing so many hand traps and start playing other things, but if we played... When did those Robo Chicken Wolf Fangs come out? I don't think a year ago, but close to it. 6 months ago? That's right, more Melfi. This card is called Dark Spirit's Mastery. Discard 1 card, add 1 Destiny board or level 8 Fiend monster from your deck to your hand. You can banish this card from your graveyard to go to the graveyard. Please ignore the rest of the card of that. What is the level 8 monster that we... Okay, I'm saying... You're researching Malice combos in the modern meta game? Why? Robo Chick Wolffangs. They're talking about Lunalite Robo Baby and Lunatrite. Yeah, baby. Light. Lunalite Gold Leo. Gold Leo. And then Kaleido Chick. Kaleido Chick is an old one. Emerald Bird's an old one. Crimson Fox is an old one. Black Sheep is an old one. Blue Cat's an old one. Cat Dancer is an old one. Leo Dancer. Liger Dancer is the new one. Panther Dancer is an old one. Serenade Dance is really new. Anyways, someone I've never heard of Lunalite. 2016? Played Master Duel? Oh. I thought Malus was gone in Master... Oh, no, it's not. You guys didn't... They only, like, what, limited Dormouse or something? I would honestly just play Mitsu, though. That's just because I'm TCG brain, though, and I want to not play Malus. Anyways, we now have 4 outs in the side deck for Lunalite. What does that mean? We're going to be playing against Blue Eyes this time. Limited Dormouse, limited Underground, limited Gold Sark. Wait, you guys didn't have Gold Sark limited before? Underground limited is kind of fine. You guys also don't have Terraforming, though, so there's only one copy of that that's interesting. Limited Dormouse. That definitely does not kill the deck, though. You got wait, you guys have Splash Mage and Apollo, right? Never mind, that deck's still the best deck. If you guys have Splash Mage Apollo, that's the best deck. Frost for 6. All right, what do you got for me? Ninja Geno. You also have Link Decoder. That's stupid. Can you not see opponents who have lists of times? The last few opponents have all had that little freak. This guy? Oh no, I can't see. I don't think I can see opponents' things. We're just not gonna let them see 6 cards from their deck. This seems pretty good. And we got the Ad against your support. Yeah. This probably stinks of Yummy. What the fuck? Oh my god, it's the gold. It's the Shining Star card. This is basically just fucking Blue Eyes. Discard Ash Blossom, normal summon Tits Dark Magician. Add 1 Shining Sark. I don't think I'm gonna allow you to do that. Okay, 2 cards in hand. So this is a retrain of the Shining Sark archetype with the Silent Swordsman and Future Swordsman, I think. This deck sucks. But it's like nostalgia bait for some people. Oh, he discarded his second Ash. Okay. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Bystial Magnemite. That's totally fine. I don't mind Bystial Magnemite. I wonder if he's going to scoop when he sees this. He is not. Okay, he is not well versed in the ways of the Yummy. This is lethal. We have not specialed Cupsy yet. Go here. All right, we're gonna go this guy. Effect to sync this guy. We are going to go here for Lollipo. Lollipo effect to go 1-2. No effect there. 1. This is just like overkill. I don't need to do all this shit, but I am fine with doing it because I don't know. Is this cruel? Am I beating a child? Am I hurting Ninja Geno's opinion of the game by assembling 18,000 damage? At least I made it quick. I didn't full combo or anything. I mean, okay. What do we have here? So this deck does search a good amount. We're going second. I don't even know if they special summon from the fucking deck at all. Actually, no, they have that one gadget card that does. They have graveyard effects. Okay, we'll side out on Engine. Actually, we only fucking have like a couple cards that I really even care about going second right now. Why did I side 4 cards in for Lunalite? This is just Impossibly wrong. I should not have cited this much Infernal Light. Jeez. Okay, yeah. I'm just waiting for you to draw into anti-spell. That'll be so funny. Please add some crawlers. They're making new crawler support, I think. It's in the new like one of the new archetypes. Add one monster that mentions Shining Sark. It's a monster that mentions it. I'm just gonna wait for the ad of Shining Sark. Show me tits, Dark Magician girl. Show me Dark Magician tits. Let's go! This is even better because they're gonna discard a card and I get the Ashen still. There we go. What does Turn Silence do? During damage calc, banish the card from the graveyard. Well, during damage calc, your monster wants to banish this card and the battle phase. God damn it. Computer, show me tits. That's what I'm saying. Dracula. Set 1. Okay, set 1 pass. All right, they do play Bystials, so we could be running into Bystials here. That could be like a Black Goat Lass. Could be anything. Could be Ash Blossom. Could be a set Veiler. Set Imperm rather. This card's activatable though, so it makes me think it's something like a Book of Eclipse. That's my beeping sound. I'm clicking a lot because they're taking too long. That's right. They call me the I'm patient gamer. Like the irate gamer. Does Yu-Gi-Oh have any actual freed tits on any card? Not in the TCG. In the OCG, it's kind of close. No nipples though. It's ostensibly a game for children. Let's go Acroquay. Secrets of Dark Magic to Fusion Summon. Fusion Summon 1 fusion monster from your extra deck. What the fuck? You fusioned off Magnemite? Why? What does this guy do? Once per turn, send 1 card from your hand to the graveyard to destroy a card on the field. Oh, buddy. You don't have any cards in your hand. Oh, buddy. You were so close. Wait, and he turned off this turn silence. He just like lost himself a turn. I'm not missing anything, right? He just actively lost the game. I think I'm just too old to play Yu-Gi-Oh. Maybe this game is for like 7-year-olds and I am just morally wrong for doing this. Oh my Lollipo. I'm even destroying his monster. Oh, he scooped. Oh, he scooped. I didn't even have the field spell that bumped their attack up yet. I didn't even get to that point yet. Ninja Gino, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I had to do that to you. How did I gain 45 fucking rating from that? That's like 3 wins if you're like, you're the subject of a Reddit post by now. I hate these tier 1 yummies. I want to get to design that I'm pro sex art. Me too. Yeah. No nipples are so stingy. One of the Harpy Queen Lost Arts has like spike nipples. By the way, it's telling that they are like actively making all of the nostalgia bait really bad. Like that Dark Magician card he's played twice does not need to discard a card in order to activate its effect. The card it's searching for is dog shit. They just made it do it anyways. Okay, I'm just gonna Fua now because I think Purge turns off Fua. Oh, it doesn't. I'm a fool. I should have waited. 41 card deck. Couldn't get it down to 4, and they've passed.
Imperm, Veiler, Fua. Okay. So no matter what they do, I'm just gonna kill them. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm gonna kill you. May throw up, so I'm gonna go. Have good night. Don't throw up. Think about the yummy. Don't get sick. Do your yummy dance. Do your yummy hop. Be well. Do not pume. Do not die the pumer's death. Not a lawyer, but I don't think you can say that. I'm playing a video game. They've lost. 41 cards. Not the forbidden XYZ monster, Yummy Humpy. How crass. How crass are we planning on being tonight, folks? Everyone take your crass pills to kind of lower it down enough. I'm citing in the Drolls, 41 cards means that they have such engine requirements they need to play one extra card. If you have a whole bunch of engine requirements, that usually means you're searching. It is blind. I could be wrong. I don't care. Like that crass looks cream. That crass looks creamer is a good. That's a good line. I appreciate that crass looks creamer. All right. I wonder if they're going to scoop again to Fua. Math Mech Sigma? Oh, fuck. We got to play actual Yu-Gi-Oh! I wonder if it's Malice. 41 card Malice? Whoa! What the fuck? Microcoder? Oh, I know this card. Add a Signet. Oh, it's like weird Signet shit. Okay. Oh, is this Adagnister Island? Island? Oh no, it's just Codec. Target one, add one from deck to hand. Oh, fucking Droll would have gone brazy. Got Shiri Adagnister is fine. Negate its effects, and then Actua itself. Card is sent from field to grave. Target one effect. Okay. Transcode is a monster reborn. Grant immunity. I've never heard that summary before. Target one unaffected until end of your opponent's turn. What is this doing? It's adding a card. Okay, we're just gonna Veiler this or Imperm this now so that it's not. They already normaled. How are they getting dot? They haven't normaled. Why did I think they normaled? Oh, it's Lingerie though. Okay, Dotscaper can come back. I'm gonna Bell this because there's no Splash Mage or whatever the fuck. They can go into a Link 4, but they can't go into a Link 2 to climb into it. Code Talker inverted. Special summon one monster from your hand to a card at this point. Oh my god, they just fucking searched circular. Ah! So they could do this and then go full ablation. Oh my good gosh golly. The fuck is this? Protect Code Talker? Time to target Link 4 monster you control with card effect. Helping them be battle control Link. Firewall Link monster banish Link monsters. I'll just come this card from great. Okay. Oh, it's backup. There's backup. Okay, I'm not beating this with 2 cards. They're gonna be comboing shit for an hour. Blackout Lapse is fine. Anti-Spell does, I guess, kinda beat them. We do want our other main cards in here too. So we'll take these 3 in. These were working well. This is working fine. Purge is also not bad. What else do we want to side out in that case? They're probably running spell traps. Actually, I don't even know if Talent's gonna be worth it. Same with Called By. I think we're not gonna run Called By.
those type of decks, there's a pretty good chance that they're just running crazy, crazy high amounts of engine and low non-engine. Balls to the wall combo swap as we go my cook. Go my snatchy. Go my meal. Go meal. Go my cupsy. Get me cupsy. Cupsy. Sure. Marcher. Marcher. Okay, they don't have anything. I was right. Herald. Snatchy. Oh, I should have fucking special summoned Marshmallow before. Now I have to do it from hand. Like a fucking stupid head. Don't I feel inane? Grab any two. Turn on the yummy any cupsy. Put one. Put set one. Let's put set two. Let's play the jump around and have fun game. All right, what do you have for me? Droplet sending one. Sure. Wait, but they only sent a spell trap. Oh, that's actually just totally fine. I'll just tag out. Let's go 1, 2. Now, if they want to negate my friend, they totally can. See if I give a fuck. There's Mathmech Circular, sends Sigma. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna allow that. And then they're gonna activate here. We're going to chain Snatchy. Chaining Snatchy into Cookie Yummy Way. This is gonna Book of Moon both of these cards. Also locks up some of their zones. Bang bang. Equation. We are now going to droll them. They cannot search. So 3 cards in hand. They have their normal left, but we have a good amount of interruption here. So they are normaling Firewall Guardian. First, if the normal special summon banishment leaves the field, you can banish this card from your graveyard and negate that attack. Okay, so we are going to go for... Oh, actually, we really can't go for Lollipo, right? Because we've already tagged out with Lollipo. So we kind of just have to wait here. I think we're going to allow them to link into a Link 1. Linkaribo, sure. It's going to go effect here. We're going to go trigger this. We're going to bring back 2. So we're going to bring back... probably Cookie Cupsy? We haven't tagged out with Cupsy yet. And then Cookie can just pop this guy. What does this say? But banish it when it leaves the field. Negate that attack and it's banished at 0. So we're gonna potentially banish... oh no, we're gonna get rid of this guy. So that gets rid of him. They now have nothing. They've lost. We've won. Another victory for Yummy Cupsy. All right, I do want to play the other card. My friend Hyper Librarian. Yummy Whitney. All right, we can play one more. Everyone, look, we're in silver. We're silver gaming. Oh my god, it's fucking midnight. Oh, it's 11:30. I knew that. I knew what time it was. I was appraised. I wasn't having fun with my Yummy, my Cupsy. Let's go. Oh my god, and this is a big deck that they're playing. Let's abso-fruitly fucking go. Oh my god, they're not interrupting me. They're not interrupting me. I get to make my TG Hyper Librarian and draw 7 cards. We're gonna make the greediest fucking board possible, folks. You guys have heard of pigs? We're about to be pig slop. Get me surprise. We're gonna go here, here. Effect. Go mignon. Mignon. Target Lolipo. And then we're gonna go the Starham. The Starham. We're gonna pitch effect Veiler. Get ready for greed, folks. We're gonna get ready for greed. There he is. Mr. Greedy himself. One draw. It's already it's a card. I know. Two draws. The card I can't use at all. Three draws. It's also a dead card. This seems broken. It's win more. It's like, it's only really good if you're already doing what you want to do. That being said, I did draw 3 cards and all of them do fucking nothing here, unfortunately. Let's see what my friend Gandara has to go for us. 50 or 42 card deck. Immediately has a quick play spell card activatable, so hopefully it's not just like super polymerization, forbidden droplet, cards that just immediately negate my entire board. Even in infinite impermanence, targeting the Herald of Arclight would be pretty bad. That would just turn that off. Could be Book of Eclipse. We've seen that a couple times today. Book of Eclipse would book everything except for the Yummy Snatchy, would turn off both of these cards. I'd have to use my Yummy Surprise to get a card back from the graveyard or to continue playing. Could be even something strange that they forgot they toggled on, like Forbidden Chalice or something. That was in Steven Trifonowski's deck. Okay. We're proceeding to the main phase. Shien's Smoke Signal. So this is 6 Samurai. This is a combo deck. You guys thought my deck was a combo deck? This deck is a fucking insane combo deck. This will go for like 35 minutes. Elder, okay. Shien's Big Blunt. Okay. Hello, Elder. It's so good to see you. Okay. It was Forbidden Droplet, so I was right. I probably should have activated this and then chained this, setting a monster in hand. Okay. I had to think about that one a little too hard, it seems. All right, that's fine. Droll was really good against this deck. If we don't draw Droll or Fua, we might be fucked here. Shien's Big Break. See, I just made mine up. Yeah, both of those are made up. 6 Samurai is a deck, to JDS Infinity's point, that like you will just play and they're like, all right, my 7th Shien of the game. Fuck. Oh, I went first. You sent me first? Really? Okay, sure. Well, I know they don't play hand. Come on, man. You can't just send me first, and then when I normal summon one of the 12 cards in my deck, you immediately surrender. You gotta play it out, man. Like Okay. All right. I think we've had a little bit too much fun tonight, folks. We are at 200. We've gained 150 SR. We are in silver. I think the good level start at like 2000. Like I think that's where the Omega rank is. So we'll have to come back. Who knows? Maybe this week, maybe this weekend, depends. But before we can leave, we of course have something that we can't end without, which is a little bit of Badlands Chugs. Let's sniff on into the Inter Winston screen after grabbing some stuff. I gotta grab that one clip from like a fucking decade ago that's all there it is. There it fucking is, baby. Let's go fucking baby. Fucking Friday night steak. Fucking baby. Fucking fuck yeah, baby. Fucking fuck yeah. Let's go theater mode. You guys remember that my fucking alt name for my Master Duel account was Big Scary Bug with 2 G's? Why did I do that? Let's go. Let's pull up the Scrandle as well. Do a little bit of scranning. And then you know what? Let's be bad. Let's pull up the connection. And then Monsignor Badlands Chugs. I'm pretty sure I named myself Big Scary. Okay, no, Aloe isn't here. I didn't come up with Sex Bug, did I? I don't think I did. I think I saw Sex Bug made by them, like them being like Async and Async's group of friends, and then I kept saying it a lot. But I feel like I've been saying Sex Bug for like 2 years at this point. Aloe made the blog Sex Bug. We were all saying Sex Bug like a year and a half before that was a blog. I just feel like I don't know if like it feels very self-centered to say that came from me. I don't know if that's the case. You were keyed into bug sex a while back? No, I was saying sex bug a while ago. I just don't know if I got that from somewhere or if they got that from me. Sex bug copyright, exactly. All right, enter Winston screen. Let's watch this. Man, what the fuck is this hand? I got creepy Coney. I'm playing Tower of Babel. I gotta fucking play this deck again, man. What the fuck? Where did I get all these like cosmetics from? How long did I fucking play this Master Duel deck? Wait. My leg! My leg! Okay, my leg now! My leg! This is good. This is a really good line. Ah! Leg! What is that? Wait, did they scoop or do I get both legs? I really want to see if I get both legs. What is Brat? What is this?
What was that, Eric? Sorry, couldn't hear you. What was that?
No, I'm done. I'm done with you. Okay, let's create groups of 4. Hmm. 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 Oh, I've lost. What was the staunch? Bepor. Beplore. We like to have fun here, folks, don't we? All right. The Mystery Chaos box comes with 5 Yu-Gi-Oh card packs and 1 set of sleeves. The IP Masquerena sleeves. Tournament. It's cool that I don't It's cool that I don't have to, like, I can't get copyright struck by my own video. Legal. And then our first pack. Get it out. Sorry, wait, does the camera cut to black at the end? Oh no, I thought like at the end of the clip I died. Bepor. Poor Blee. Pool. Oh, my pool. Rend. Renad. Oh, it's a teen. Teen. Add snack. Where's add snack? Oh, snack. Snack. It's why it's built. It's built. It's Steeb. It's Steb. It's my friend Steep. What do you have for me? Oh, jelly? Oh, jelly's kicking. I have a clip where you bleed and die out for 10 hours 2 years ago. Did he try Kreen? Show me Kreen! Show me Kreen! Put Kreen on the board. I ain't talking to you. Put your Kreen on the phone. Sinblend. Sinblend. Oh, blend. Blend. Oh, sorry. Blend. Toad? Toad? Oh, lids. It was lids. I was looking for lids the whole time. Oh, stone? Okay. Oh, is belly? Belb, perhaps? Maybe it's Turgortastic, I am. I like when he said that in that video he did. Blend. Blender. Buy my Blender coin. Blender. Sorry, is it Beeb? Are you sure it's Beeb? Rocco. Oh, rock. Oh, rock and stone. Oh, rock and roll. Dude, who gives a fuck about that one? That's boring. I think it's Pew. Denisked. Oh, insect. Nope. Oh, dissect? I can't believe it's not Bebel. People. Bebel. What the fuck is it? Be poor? Bepper? Is Bepper the word? Stop. Don't get fucking angry at me. Don't get pouty at me. Lead. Be low. Red low. Try Kreen again? Hey, got it. Dinner. Dinner. Green. 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 Oh, crescent? Oh, I misspelled that. What the fuck is Bletbor up here? Nanoland? Where the fuck is the N? Hey, Nanoland? 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 Ladoodoo? Nanoland Ladoodoo? BB? L? BB? Or Bled? Bebly? Bebly? What the fuck is even the, like, dinner, crescent, jelly, rock and roll, stone? What the fuck is the motto here? Corge, Coral, Joys, Dia, oh, Dia, nice, Okay, give me a hint, please. What man? What the fuck is Bebeleep? Peel in the top left. Oh, you're right. It's Peel. It could be Peel. We tried Peel yet. Pepple. Pepple. Bleeble. Blep blep. Dude, your blep blep just looked at me. Watch out. It's your blep blep. Pebble? Pebble and Boulder? What the fuck is Jelly doing here? This is a hell game. I don't know how Dinner got in there either. Well, fuck. Blep blep. Blep blep. Never mind, I forgot about Dinner Stone? What the fuck do you mean? Blep blep. Blep blep. I grow tired of this. Show me my scran. Those chips are better. When you eat stone for dinner.
Sorry, governor. We got 40 stone for dinner.
Oh, steak sandwich nummy. That Chinese box looks a little bit pitiful, doesn't it? Oh, that salt and pepper chicken looked yummy, yummy. 66% on that? That was fucking good. That is bananas. Someone got chopped up in them. That is broken penis. Go for bananas. Yep. Uncircumcised frog dog and the puke organs with green in them. Cool. I'm going for the organs. I'm, I guess, not a pervert enough. Ooh, those actually look nummo, though. Those look biteable and nummo. Hey, man, your pie, you fell over. Hey, man, put your cock out of the picture and get the goddamn pie in the picture. Give me any sort of context as to, are you holding baker's mitts? Why is this £3? This would have been good if you didn't fall over. Hot chocolate brownie with Biscoff looks pretty good because it was taken by an actual camera. The chicken wings appear to be intimidated away by this bad advertisement for Coca-Cola. Sex. That's just a beer, dipshit. You can't fucking eat that. Show me the Prince's Poppers plate with the damn ass Perrien's disease cock, 2 bad things and a touch of red. Ice cream sandwich, I mean 45 cents. What are you asking for? Someone poorly circumcised that. Oh good. I love this. I love this
Stadion plat.
$12 for a mid beer, sure. Got that shit off with the teeth. Nope. And then oh, sorry, you wanted a hot dog? Well, we sat it on a bed of mayonnaise. We tore it so it looks like it's bleeding out of the top of it. And then we threw a bun that's not the size of the hot dog at it. So if you'd like to eat them together, you can try. Good luck. By the way, you can't eat this like a hot dog because you're going to need the other hand to hold your beer.
So the whole benefit of a hot dog, insofar that it is a walkable food, is now fucked, and you are lonely, and now you are going to die because you lose at this. This looks at least edible, but I feel like people are gonna see this and be like,
Oi, mate, is that ice cream in a bun? Nah, mate, give me a pint of beer.
they're gonna say this one. They're gonna say this one. It's gonna be like 26%, 38%. I had it flipped. That's one I'm happy to lose, folks. Who was that? Anyone see? Anyone see that guy? What was that? That was crazy. That was scary. Let's do yesterday's. I didn't do yesterday's. This looks Nemos. They did well by not even showing the thing here. 75% is too low. That looked Nemo yummo. Nacho share looks pretty bad. This looks abysmal. Yep. At least they melted the chips here. This looks dog shit. Spaghetti meatball fries with Parmesan? I'm sorry, do you mean like larva that you deep fried? How the fuck are you supposed to eat this? This meatball is falling off as we speak. It did look bad.
Oi, mate, you got me front door?
Come on, governor, you know you order yourself a staying stuck. You even look at this one the wrong way. It's gonna jump at you and splatter ain't so on you, mate. We call him a Drippyberg. Pretty good. I would say this looks like American ass food. Oh fuck, double smash burger, and it doesn't look terrible. Oh cool, you even get a photoshopped picture of Dr. Pepper when you buy this one. Why does this look so fucking like incorrect? It looks incorrigible. No, I think the double smash burger looks kind of nummos. Yeah, I would eat that. Looks good. We added in Dr. Pep to cover a bug. See, this beef pie looks abysmal. It looks like the ward of a giant creature. However, it's not the nachos. You're out of your fucking gourd if you gave this 30%. Those are just bad, normal fucking picks. Stink dog with green or an ode to Coca-Cola. We're going with the look at this. What is this? I don't even know what this could be. Ooh. To the chicken wrap cheese. Okay, shout out to okay, well they didn't cook the fries, but at least they put a melted sauce on them. Wait, what is the density of this? Did you just wrap a tortilla around itself 20 fucking times? Steak, chili, and cheese, no price data. This looks like it's like mass produced. This looks a little bit better. I still think this one's gonna win, but I'm clicking this one. Oh, bollocks. What is it with the Europeans and being unable to degray their stupid fucking frot dogs, man? For the love of God, put a little sauce on that bad nasty. This is the French, both the French both on nothing. Look how much goddamn bread is here. You could house a family of warvels in this, and you wouldn't even know about it. Even if this was morphine, this wouldn't be enough. What is this, by the way? What is this on the right side? Is this just like a big fucking bottle of mustard? I mean, I'm going for the frot dog. I'm not happy. Dog, I just checked. I just saw the number. 10 rune, even with a pint, 10 rune. It's also far, I guess it is thin. Folks, it's far too thin. 9 for discover funeral expenses. I guess 530 is I'm gonna find a new location. I mean, I'd much rather have water in a box. I've never seen
fries that look more like they were a sweaty guy transmorgified. This is deliberate. Hello, Pop Top 716. Thank you. Look at this, and you tell me if you had a bad child, if you had a really shitty 7-year-old that you didn't even teach well, they could do better than the thing on the left, right? They could follow at least some form of instructions, and they would know. They would even know if you gave them this. They would be like,
It's me, the bad 7-year-old. I don't like to do things right, but I'm not going to just cut the cheese up and put it in the top right corner without it being melted.
it looks like someone sneezed out all those fries. I'm going with the water in a box. 12% is criminal. And I'm losing help. All right, last one. We do tomorrow's? Yeah. I thought that said veggie pie with an animal, and I saw the animal. I am USA. That's what I'm saying. This looks fine. This looks fine. This looks bad. This looks fine. Sausage roll. I like the sausage roll. Looks nummy. This looks also better for what it comes with most UK French fries. I kind of want to pick this up and slap it back down into its little brown case. I want to hear it go slap. Give me that 60%. It's never gonna be the stupid fucking this. They even called this the puke pie, and this looks kind of nummo. I'm fine with the way this looks because I know it's gonna taste good. Oh, I just realized it's 5 of these with 5 pints. I feel like if you're in a situation in which you can purchase a pint of beer at a place, you are not in a situation where that passes as food. Zeros is literally good. It's raw red onion on white bread with a red sauce. Raw red onion is pretty limited in where it can be good. This is going to taste like I'm eating raw red onion. I'm going to take a bite out of the back of this. I'm going to get no red sauce. I am going to eat 2 large chunks of raw red onion. And I'm going to say, at least I got 5 beers. I'm going with the puke pie. All right. Like the hat. Who up jerking they chicken off their chips? Doesn't look bad. A little expensive. Loaded nachos looks pretty good for the cost. Actually, I take that back. I don't like these. Never mind. This looks cold. I know it looks cold because she's wearing a cold hat. This looks like it's not served warm. This looks good, but $12.50 as opposed to $5.50. I'm gonna go with the loaded nachos. I think I would purchase this heartbeat. I'm actually gonna say 16%, 31%. No, 40%, 50%. I think both those numbers are criminal. Okay, this looks about as dog standard as you could possibly get. This is what should be 50%. These don't look that good, but they're cheap. They're cheap, and I'm in hell. All the fucking man babies on Reddit that can't get by without their chicken tendies. That fucked me once again. At least this time they cut the fucking hot dog in half. Oh, this looks good. This looks bad. Oh, couldn't even hesitate. Is this guy playing? Is this guy on the sidelines about to play in the game and he's taking a picture of his chicken tinga? This kind of looks like it was taken on a Nokia smartphone in the night. This looks better though. I would not get this 51%. This would be great. This would be like 70%. Push. That looks gross. Winnie Ham.
Hey, mate, gonna have me 20 ham.
Like him. What happened to this guy? Is this guy's foot on backwards? Is one foot angling this way and this foot's angling this way?
I kind of like 20 ham. What's the point of anything? What's the point of even trying? Me, Mr. Chugs. Help me out. Help me out. I don't think I want to watch this, man. Watch this one last time, right? Oh, pony keg! Pony, 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 pony.
Folks, your boy Badlands Chugs is back in a big way. Today, we are chugging the keg. Oh, man. But it ain't what you think. This right here is a pony keg of 1919 draft root beer. Oh, man. So, yo, this is a nice big chug, and we're about to tackle it. Don't touch that mouse.
Thank you for holding off for us, Evil Bar. You were exceedingly patient. It's midnight. You have laid your patient egg. You shall be rewarded.
You're watching Badlands Chugs. The only person I saw
Badlands Chugs
chug
is
out of a
back.
keg is Pat Dietrich Berletti a few years back. Big ups to him all day. And yo,
I do
don't
like
know how
when
to
he
open
mentions
this bad
other
boy.
food
I mean,
people.
I can read the directions.
It makes
but
me
hold on,
feel
they
like
have
there's a
something
beautiful
that's
universe I don't know enough about.
written right here, like a little mission statement. Let's see what it says. It's so fine. I need to get the, the Badlands spectacles, the old man glasses, but
The
it
old
says,
spectacles.
folks, 1919 root beer is brewed in small batches for only the finest ingredients. Real granulated sugar, the sweetener of choice during the Prohibition, and real vanilla. Our unique recipe and those choice ingredients make 1919
Feels like he's
the
reading me a
creamiest,
Christmas story.
full-body draft root beer available. Oh man, let's not waste no time. There's instructions right there. Pull this tap right here. So let's do it. Then you gotta turn it. Ah, there we go. You pull this out, and then you pull this like, Oh, yeah, all right.
Okay, it's not.
This is
Oh,
it right here.
it's cut off on
Oh, man.
on the video.
All right, now this is to, so that's how that works. And then you just pull it down. Oh my goodness. And there it is. Nice, flowing root beer. It's a keg, folks. Oh. Now this is it. And we are taste testing this 1919.
That's a lot of
first try.
foam.
Let's see what we got.
You know what guy with that in the back of his arm? Are you thinking of Gregory Berrycone?
Oh my God. Mmm. Yo, I'm telling you, forget Dr. Pepper, A&W. Oh man, even Mug. You know how much of a Mug maniac I am. Forget Mug.
Forget Mug. The maniacs will not be
This
happy
right
to hear
here
such a
is
thing.
the smoothest root beer I've ever had. Oh, I'm telling you, it's mad smooth. It just like, it just basically just like glides down your gullet. Wait, I gotta get a second pair of taste buds on this bad boy. Just hold on 1 second. Can
There
you
was a
come
second
outside
mouth?
the backyard real quick? I want you to try something.
I think it's going to be his son.
It's gonna blow your mind.
Show me OK Hip Hop.
All right. I
Show
see
me
you.
Mr. Hip Hop.
Oh, what's that?
We got the keg, okay?
Wow.
Got the keg. Pure, like, oh my goodness. You wanna try it? It's Everclear. The keg of Ever.
Can I press the button?
You don't even know what Everclear is, folks.
How wholesome. Doesn't even know what Everclear is.
And this right here is
I was at a work party
1919
and someone
root
brought a
beer.
bottle of Everclear
Oh
in.
man, straight
We're
from I
like,
believe it's from Minnesota.
Look, and they're like,
We
"Oh no,
love
don't worry.
Iceland.
It's like
And,
a
I want you to try
like a
this,
cocktail
okay?
in an Everclear
Oh,
bottle."
God, yeah, there we
We're
go.
like, "Oh, okay."
Let's just pour this
And then
in.
someone had it, and like, that's strong. And
Tell
like,
me,
"Oh yeah, I
this
use
might
the
change your
Everclear for
life.
it."
I don't know, but you know, you gotta try this, okay? Oh my goodness, it's draft root beer. You know, this is the real deal.
All right, let me try it.
Okay, let's see. That's the most soda you've ever drank on camera without chugging it. So, what do you think?
It's really good.
I told you.
Really sweet.
Would you take a sip of every morning? Also, even whenever I thought they said, that's not made for work panties.
It's not too carbonated. It goes down really smooth.
What I tell you?
It's really good. I like it a lot.
Yo, if you was to rate that, what would you give that?
It's like a 9.
There
A
you
9
go.
out of 10, a 9 out of 10.
Oh my God. See, I gave it an 11 out of 10. I gave it an okay hip hop rating. This thing is jamming, folks. It's the bee's knees. The Count of Monte Cristo it is just the best.
Is the Count of
okay?
Monte
You are
Cristo a
never
good
gonna get
thing?
Anything. Yo, easy. I gotta chug this bad boy. All right, all right. This is a 5-liter jammy. All right, but
5-liter
As long
jammy?
as I get at least a full gallon out of
Every
it.
near
The
sounds like a
question is-
Morrowind thing.
Some guy on the top.
Oh, Evermeat? Isn't that a thing?
We should chug it like that.
You grab it in one hand.
This is heavy, brand. This is at least about 80 pounds.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
But come on now. I got the Carl Weathers, you know. Look at that. Look at that muscle tone. I could do it with one hand, all right? It's okay, Cody. Hush doggy.
Hush doggy.
I am not
Oh, I like when he says hush doggy.
I am not chugging it like this. It'll take all day, folks.
Oh, wait, are we? We're not. This is a fake. This is a fake one.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a while.
Right? This is a fake one, and he's going to try to open it with a can opener, chugging from the top attempt, chugging from the dust. Okay, so this is a fake one.
Too long.
Fake
Doggies
out.
in the field. Hush dog.
Hush doggy.
You know, that would take too long. Don't you all agree, folks? Too long, okay? So
No,
I
he's
got
trying it
one
3 different
remedy,
times.
You know, for that, because we're not chugging it that way. Oh boy. Let's see if we can excuse the bad manners. Punch the top open and chug it this way, all right? This thing may explode, Brand, so I think you may, you know, no, you're fine. All right, here we go. Let's get it in 3, 2, 1. Ah! Ugh.
He floated. Hey, who floated Mr. Chugs? I don't want to. I guess I typed a comma in by accident. Period is the single frame in. Oh, he didn't die. It was just
You
an
try
edit.
it, Brand. You're a young boy strength. Let's go. Let's try. You try it.
Young boy
If
strength.
they're gonna explode, just do it. Just do it. So what? Blow your hand off. It's gonna be okay. It's content. You know, move that so they can get the full thing. There you go. Look at that. You got it?
Pink pony keg.
Something.
How about that?
I don't think you can actually do that then.
No, it's not.
Okay. It's gonna go boom. Okay. No. I can see it now. How are we gonna do this?
Do the thumbnail.
We are not chugging this like this.
So what are you gonna do? Get the boot?
I guess we'll get the boot. Well, it's too slow going out of there, but I figured out this right here, this stop right here. Yo, if we take this off, it like comes out slowly. from the top, it comes out real slow. But I do want to try this one thing.
Well, no,
before-
that's an air hole for the top, so that when you pop the bottom, it doesn't make a vacuum and it pours out much faster.
I throw it in the DOS boot, okay? So we're gonna try to do this. A keg of 1919 root beer going down to Gregory. 3, 2,
Who the fuck is Gregory?
1. Enough talk. Let's see if this works.
This doesn't count either. We're not getting times in this one. He's far too wholesome to know how to fast drain a keg. I've only drank from a keg once in my life. It was not a great experience. Okay. I'm gonna call this Bad Audio Sunday.
Oh my God. How ridiculous is that?
That's what I'm
The only
saying.
way we gotta do this is to just put
He's suckling from the root beer tea.
under
Whoop,
the
suckling on their root tea. Woo! Hold on, is the top opened right now?
the intended usage. Oh man, the pony keg is heavy.
Also, why did he lift it? Oh, he's just showing it off, I guess?
This is not the intended usage. Oh man, the pony keg is heavy. But we're gonna find a way to chug this bad boy. We gotta salvage this video somehow, all right?
Aw.
Even though we couldn't chug from the can the way we wanted to, or even chug out the top because it was too slow, we're still doing this. Chugging the best root beer I've ever had. This is 1919 draft root beer, all right? And yo, since we can't do it out the keg, we're gonna chug it in the DOS boot, okay? So let's get this going. This video is long enough. In 3, 2, 1.
Enough talk. Are there special rules for this? No, this is just normal. We're just going to be guessing how long for him to drink, what is it, 2 liters of the line? For the DOS boot. So, 26 seconds. I don't know. I'm assuming he's worked up some amount of thirst. But not both 2 liters. No, it's just whatever's in here. 15, 16, 18. That's what I would say for a normal DOS boot chug. I think this is the big DOS boot though. I see Evil Nervar has slid themselves directly between Crow and Solren. A slight little 17 piggy has been plucked, riped from the branch. Only missing 19 to get the run from 15 to 20. I won't share. I will not be sharing. All right, let's see what we get.
Let's chug.
I was fucked with 26. This is the small boot. This is the I thought this was the big boot. This is the small boot. It's going to be 2 seconds. I don't know what dog egg sounds like. I thought this was the fucking big boot. 16-2-2. Crow wins. A victory puppy for melted chromium.
I'm telling you, dude, this is delicious.
Chugging the world, one bottle at a time.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What was that AI overview? Can you draw a yummy? I will draw me a yummy. I will draw a yummy. What fucking yummy can I draw? I already drew Yummy Cupsy. I drew Yummy Cupsy a while ago. Let's draw Yummy Cookie. In order to see what Yummy Cookie looks like, I can go look at the beautiful art that was drawn.
Don't you dare touch that phone.
Oh, we're
screen,
only in the
folks,
left ear today.
because today
Left ear
we
gaming.
are chugging Airhead soda.
Are we left ear gaming the whole day?
No, it's going into the booth.
We are left ear
yeah.
gaming the whole day. Cool.
This is what it is. Oh, this is a 10 out of 10, folks. You know your boy didn't just come with one flavor, all right? Yo, I got them all. There are 4. So that was blue raspberry. This right here is that good old watermelon. Let's see what the watermelon's all about. Okay, watermelon's good too. They're really nice, they're sweet and delicious. I'm telling you, it's like they melted the candy and just put it in the can. Oh man. Next
Who put the
flavor
can
we
in
got
candy? That's what I'm
is
saying.
good old orange, all right? Now, you can't mess up orange. I don't care what you do. And they didn't do that either. 10 out of 10, folks. Yo, all the sodas are delicious. I don't know if
This
a
is one of the
first,
most fucked up yummies I've ever
but
drawn in
yo,
my life.
We are experiencing it. And last
I'm
but not
experiencing
least,
sleepy,
folks,
by which
this
no
is
one
the
should ever be allowed.
strawberry. Come on. You know I'm the strawberry soda, man. You can't.
What if it was
mess
called
up
Yummy Berry
strawberry.
instead? It took to position. It took to position. It took to position. It took the potion.
Strawberry's all right, you know.
It
I'll
took
give
the
strawberry an
potion.
8.
Let's draw some potion
It's not
flasks.
as good as the other 3 flavors. We got all 4 flavors.
Let's
in
draw some
there.
bubbling
Look
potion
at that
flasks.
heat, folks. We got the watermelon on the bottom, all the way up with the rest of them. But yo, this is nowhere near enough. So you know I brought extras. So let's
Let's look at some yummy bubbling potion yummy brew. Some
we got the
delicious
blue
decadent
raspberry,
donut brew.
the watermelon,
This is a 6
and
brew.
the orange. The
6
blue's
6
right
6
here.
6 6 brew. My yummy drank a 6 brew.
Oh,
Don't let him get you 6.
that's it. That's it. Oh,
My yucking yummy found my 6 brew. Oh no.
runneth over.
This is a Das Boot.
Oh yeah. We're going to top it off with that watermelon. Oh my goodness.
Wait, pause
This is
chugs.
what I'm talking about. Let's get to pouring. Oh,
I mean, that is a pretty good position.
oh. That's it. That's it. Oh, yes. Boop. Runneth over.
You just say boob?
Oh yeah. We're going to top it off with that watermelon. Oh my goodness. This is what I'm talking about. I mean, it's good.
I don't know why Yummy
individually,
Cookie looking kind of
but altogether,
Togor-tastic right now.
we shall see.
Who
So,
dropped a
I'm
Togor
in
egg?
position, and we're going to enjoy the every Airhead soda chug. Folks, we got all the flavors of Airheads. Oh my goodness. And right now, we are going to chug this goodness. I mean, individually, they look beautiful. They taste beautiful. But
At first he said beautiful.
all into one,
No spoilers. This is the second one, so it's practice.
Kermit water once again. This is a little dark, so let's lighten this up with a little bit of ice. Oh man, I mean,
The second one don't count.
and what we got is a chug.
It's just for fun when I enjoy my Togo-tastic yummy coffee cookie. Yummy cookie. Cookie yummy. Yummy cookie. Cookie yummy way. You guys can pause and guess here if you'd like, but you'll have to grin too. I would have to imagine like 16, probably the same as last time. He crushed this one. 1 trillion years. 14 trillion millennia.
Oh my gosh.
Number
That
one.
was good, folks. Oh my goodness.
Yummy
Yeah.
potion.
Starting to feel like an airhead myself. Oh my goodness, that was delicious.
No, this is
Yes,
cookie.
So, I'm telling you,
Go back.
if you can find these bad boys,
Ooh,
pick them
ooh,
up. They're
ooh.
all 10 out of 10, except for that strawberry. The strawberry was like an 8. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't as good as the
Soren won. Take all their
another
hats.
chug done. And yo,
Put their hats in the Togor tub.
all right, stay tuned for more.
Direct
chugs.
them to
Make
Togortopia.
suggestions. Your suggestion.
All right, and that's enough Togor. Togors, all Togors. It's time for Togor's bedtime. I saw that Sophie Bebe was streaming Yu-Gi-Oh! And I've never interacted with them, but I follow them. We're gonna raid them. Oh, what are their pronouns? Not on the page. I know how old they are. Played Balloon with Jamie. Yeah, I think I've seen that before. That might have been one of the reasons why I followed them. Okay, we're gonna raid. Get ready for Togor raid. Thank you all for coming out. I had a wonderful time. I learned yummy. I learned cupsy. I learned puppy. And I got to teach some people some stuff. I'm hoping in the future that we will be able to play some more Yu-Gi-Oh! This week I'm busy, but maybe next week we will do some more stuff like this. Oh my God, says Solred. Yu-Gi-Oh! Series is only using master packs. Yeah, that's what I did. It's called the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Masochist Challenge. Yeah. If any of y'all watch it at some point, if she ever wants to do a collab, if we get to like a similar amount of cards in our decks, like amount of times that we've played, we can duel. That actually would be really fun to do. Like every like I don't know 10 collective hours that each of us do we duel against each other again with our fucking shit ass cards. That would be so much fun. Anyways, never talked with her before. I guess I followed her at some point, but go wish her luck. Talk about your yummy. Talk about cupsy. Be polite. Be kind. Be nice. And thank you everyone who has stuck around until 12:15 in the morning to watch some Yu-Gi-Oh! Gaming. I will see you all this next Tuesday at the latest. Wagadagabo and hold on, I'm gonna open up the thing. I have not followed her. I should probably follow her before I do. There we go. And Guapa. Yay!